Tim McNamara, Thomas Gunter, With overwhelming technology innovation, rising customer expectations, and evolving landscapes, you need to deliver digital wow in more ways than you can count. To succeed, digital leaders must gain insights into building a truly customer-centric organization, learn how to select, implement, and mature modern DX platforms, create cohesive marketing technology and customer data architectures, ethically manage and leverage big customer data. Where do you learn how to provide the best digital customer experiences? Right here, right now. Welcome to DX Summit 2016.
And we're very excited. I'm going to do a short intro. I've got to cover some keynote speaker, Jerry McGovern. So I want to start the morning. There were like 4 people in the cardio stick bar. 30 people signed up. Not even the instructors are showing up. Somehow the lead sponsor of this place managed to also Chris Fields took over for the so, a little bit of a different start. What I want to do step away from the computer for a moment. Put down your phone. Stand back. We're going to start DX Summit. Okay, so thank you for bearing with me. We've had Brexit, we've had an intense U.S. election cycle. Leonard Cohen, the Canadian music lover, recently passed away. Bowie, Prince, all gone this year. So let's shake this off a little bit, start the event in a little bit of a different way. We're in Chicago. Last night I checked, about 25% of our approximately 400 attendees are local. So, with a big smile, let's have a round of applause for the Chicago Cubs. 108 years in the making. They took the World Series this year, and apparently 5 million people came out. It's like the 7th largest crowd in human history. I don't know what the other 6 were, but impressive. All right, so thank you for the little stand-up happy moment, and we'll get on to the rest of the show. So, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Bryce Dunwoody. I'm the founder of the CMSWire publication and of the DX Summit conference. I've been at this for a while. I started CMSWire as a hobby back in 2003. I was living in Paris, and frankly, I had no idea what I was doing. I was consulting for a living, working with enterprise American clients, drinking wine, wandering a bit about Europe, and over time, the publication developed, the community developed, and it was always focused on things that I wanted to know more about, and people that I wanted to know more about, and organizations that I wanted to know more about. Eventually, revenue came into the picture, and that changed the shape of what we were doing, and as I stayed close to my clients, they brought me forward. And in 2010, the publication became my primary focus. We always wanted to have an event. We always wanted to bring our community together in person. And over time, we built up the means necessary to do this. And last year, we launched the DX Summit. So this is year 2. It's been quite a journey. A lot of work. We doubled the size of the event this year. We put a lot of effort into diversifying the content, the speakers, and the sponsors. And we doubled the workshops. We added more in-depth sessions. We added a virtual reality experience upstairs. I've heard that their reservation list is now booked up, but you can try to sneak in if you want to go through that with vector form. And we've added more networking time and some great giveaways. So there's a lot of people to thank for making this happen, but I want to thank the sponsors. Thanks for making this possible. I want to say thanks to Ellie Ovray, the CEO of Jaya. If you enjoy DX Summit, you owe some thanks to Ellie. Over lunch in Paris in 2015, we did a handshake deal to launch the first DX Summit. He put his faith and trust in us, and we greatly appreciate it. So thank you, Ellie. And a big thank you to all the attendees. You're an impressive and accomplished crowd. I'm humbled that you guys are here today. I think we have a range of company sizes, but many of you are from large organizations, and I know you're dealing with complex challenges. I know I've got a rough schedule, and I know you've got a rough schedule, so it's a big deal that you're here today, and I thank you for making the time. So one of the main reasons that people come to conferences is for the communication, for the networking, for the exchange. It's very interesting to see people who are grappling with the same challenges in different verticals. Sometimes it's across B2C, B2B, but we wanted to make an effort to make it easier for you guys to connect. So we're experimenting with Slack. It's a first-time thing for us. We created 3 channels in there. There's a team called the DX Summit. You should have all received information on how to join the Slack channel. How many of you use Slack at work? Good. So a good percentage of us are already familiar with it. It may already be on your phone. You just have to add yourself to the team. And if you have any problems, you can just email slackme@dxsummit.com. So just one point, please no promotions. We want this to be about connections and communication and drinks and lunch and dinner and things like that. So we also have the app. We have had program changes, and if you don't have the app, it'd be a really good idea to get that now. It's available in App Store and Google Play, and it's under SMG Events. So the blue icon is what you'll see in the app stores, and then inside of that we have this year's event. And again, agenda and room changes have happened, so printed materials can be a little bit out of date. And very importantly, our organizer, Candace, has prepared a food and drink list and put that on a Chicago map that you can open from the app, and it's all local stuff around here. So that's useful. We've had a number of questions about rating the speakers, so you can do that inside the app. You can also email us, and you can use the Slack feedback channel if you have any immediate concerns or things you want to address. So, a little bit of gamification. We've got a pair of Bose headphones to give away to the best selfie with a sponsor, hashtag DXS16. And we have assembled a panel of SMG millennials that will be judging your selfies. 2 book signings. Jerry McGovern, who's coming on right after me, that will be today at lunch. We have about 200 of his books to give away. Tomorrow, Scott Brinker, Hacking Marketing. We'll be doing a book signing at lunch as well. So the lunches are going to be right behind you in the DX showcase. First come, first serve. Some of these already went out yesterday with Jerry's workshop, so we're a little less than 200. But great book, very readable. Both of them are very readable and different, but I think very relevant for this crowd. And we are trying to bribe you to stay at the conference. If you stick around, some lucky person is going to win an Apple Watch 2. That's going to happen in here after the People's Choice Award, which is how we close out the conference tomorrow. Final housekeeping. We've got Wi-Fi should be apparent. We've got these little things on the tabletop. If you flip your badge around on the back, you have the information. That's sponsored by Workato, so thank you, Workato, for taking care of that. We have our morning and afternoon keynotes are here. And then we're doing breakouts, so that this room is going to be closed to be used for rehearsals, etc. And our breakouts are going to be up the escalator or up the staircase over there. So if you were in workshops yesterday, it's in those rooms. Breakout sessions, yeah, up there. Meals breaks, all next door and in the foyer here. So no complicated routing. All right, that's all the housekeeping. So why are we here? So we put this event together, like I said, spent about 12 months working on it this year. We put a lot of thought into the speakers, we put a lot of thought into the content, put a lot of thought into you. Why would you take this time? Why would you be here with us today? And for me, 4 things stand out. So the world has changed, the world is changing. The cars are driving themselves, mobile is dominant, it's no longer a question, no longer a discussion. We're seeing hijacked IoT devices taking down our infrastructure. Bad customer experience, courtesy of a webcam. Machine learning is running the traffic lights in Pittsburgh. They've cut the travel times by 25%. They think they're going to eliminate 21% of the emissions in the city. It's a changed world. And Bob Dylan won the Nobel Prize. And acknowledged it. The world has changed, and in such a dynamic environment, we know that it's evolve or die. And this situation calls for vision. So that's one of the things we're trying to address here today. The customer has changed. I was going to talk about Bob Dylan not accepting the Nobel Prize, but then that changed. The customer is increasingly powerful, fickle, and willing to jump ship. We know that we have to evolve or lose them. We know the technology ecosystem is changing. You're supposed to laugh at that. A quote from Scott Brinker, "A tornado of constant change." How do we deal with that? So that's part of what we're trying to do here today. Talk about your decisions related to platforms, architectures, and practices. And then we know we lack maturity. Every year we run a digital customer experience survey. We completed this one in September. And what we know based on this, we surveyed 250 digital managers and directors. Most of them, most of you, most likely, are at an early stage of your digital transformation. Most organizations lack capacity. And the biggest challenge reported is a lack of strategic direction. So we want to address these things. But for me, the big picture is relevancy. Macro level relevancy of us in the market, our companies in the market, and the micro level relevancy that happens at every customer experience transaction. Neither are easy, but I believe, and I want to propose, that there's an essential key to our success. That's not it. And I'm sorry to bring this up. I know it's impolite to discuss politics. And I know that this has been very emotional for a lot of people, and a lot of us are raw from the experience of this and many other things that have happened this year. But I think the power lies in the fact that it touches us all. So we think about it. We think about what's going on. It's a teachable moment. It forces us to reflect. And I believe in this process that reflection is highly relevant to our pursuit of customer experience greatness. So how? The point for me is that most of us, probably not all of us, but most of us were surprised by what happened. Be it Brexit, be it the election, be it other things that happened this year in your life. What's interesting is that in the age of big data, we got it big time wrong in this case. And I'm not a special fan of Michael Moore, but I do think he said something that was interesting. It was an article that came out in July of this year. He argued that Trump would win largely because the Democrats were out of touch with the rest of America. He said Democrats are living in a bubble that comes with an adjoining echo chamber. And that's a model that we can generalize back to our own lives, our own professional lives. And I say the big risk that we face is that we are all living in bubbles with echo chambers. We have our teammates, our managers, the books we read, the blogs we read, the tests that we design to fulfill our own prophecies. So what Moore said that I think is really interesting is that this group of people lacked empathy. They didn't understand the other group of people. It caused blindness, it caused overconfidence. And in the end, they were out of touch, and they did not accomplish what they set out to do. So for any of us feeling shocked or raw or overly emotional about what's happened, I think it's an opportunity to reflect on empathy. And to kick off this conference, the seed that I want to plant is this. I think the key to our success is empathy. It's our ability to see through our customers' eyes, and it's our ability to cultivate a culture of empathy in our organizations. So next up is Jerry. He's at the ready. And I want to close with a quote from his recent book, Transform. To see the world from outside in is the hardest skill. It's the most essential because the customer has become so much more powerful. And now, it's my great pleasure to introduce someone who's been challenging me to think differently for most of my career. Jerry built one of the first interactive agencies in Ireland back in the 90s. He's been a highly influential author, speaker, and consultant for the last 20 years. And I think a number of you were in the workshop yesterday. We got a lot of positive feedback from the people coming out of there. Jerry's one of the most engaging and thoughtful and committed and passionate people that I know in this industry. And it's a real pleasure to have him here today. Let's give a warm welcome to Jerry McGovern.
Morning, everybody. I don't know if you're, some might be familiar with the game of rugby, but Ireland beat New Zealand last weekend after 111 years of trying, and they beat them in Chicago. You know, so we were extremely happy, and we mightn't have got 5 million out in the streets, but we got a couple of 100,000 in the pubs on the evening of the game. So I'd like to give you a little roundup of Irish weather, a summation of Irish weather. This is spring, summer, autumn and winter in Ireland. And I've got two favourite days in Ireland, and one of them is St. Patrick's Day and the other is summer. So the Irish, we're always searching for summer, and we're optimists. Kind of when we're not pessimists, we're optimists. But say if 5 years ago or so, if I was looking for Dublin weather, I wanted to check out the weather. Is summer going to finally arrive? And I'd come and I'd search in Google, and I'd get a first search result, which is hopefully a good search result. And then I'd click on that, and I'd go to the page, and I'd find out, oh, it's raining, or whatever it is. And that overall task, that thing I'm trying to do, quantified that a number of years ago, roughly 20 seconds to actually do that. So the total length of time for me to figure out what is the weather out there took about 20 seconds. So if we could just play this little video, it's just showing how long. There's a lot of emphasis in the customer experience about the performance of the system or the performance of the actual page. And it looks like there might be a little problem with the video, but if that video did run, it would show how quickly the page actually downloads. So the Google page downloads in about 1.1 second. The Bing page takes about 3.5 seconds. The Yahoo page takes about 5 seconds. Somebody said to me years ago they stopped using Yahoo when they had to search for the search. So that was maybe part of the problem that occurred with Yahoo. So if you calculated there and you looked at the total time of downloading, of the performance of the actual page itself, if you say there's 3 pages, so that's maybe about 4 seconds. So there's maybe 4 seconds of the time taken up by the actual performance of the system. But most of the time is actually writing in the search, figuring out which result to click on, looking at the page itself. So most of the experience in a digital environment is the use of the environment rather than the performance of the environment. So the performance is really important, but the core element of time in the digital world is actually the use of the environment. And typically 80% of a person's time is spent on the page or on that particular environment. And if we really want to enhance the experience, it's more the experience when they're in the page or on the page or using the page that we need to focus on. Google is not in the business of search results. It never has been. Google is in the business of giving us answers as quickly as possible. We don't want search results. We don't particularly want to search. I mean, our doctor doesn't say to us, search twice a day, it's good for you. You know, but I try, but I don't know what to search for. You know, we're not looking to search. We're looking for answers in the process. So 2 years ago or so, if I search for Dublin weather, here's what I get. Right. And now it takes 9 seconds. Google is relentless, and all the top leaders in customer experience are relentless in managing customer time. Amazon is absolutely obsessed in getting you the package as quickly as possible, and it knows every time it saves 10 minutes or a half an hour or whatever, you become more loyal, you buy more stuff. The secret of the customer experience in digital is time management, not managing the organization's time, but managing the customer's time. So Google is constantly saying, how can we use new technologies to deliver better experiences to our customers, which translate into faster, better answers? So that became possible because of HTML5, because of metadata. They didn't say, let's use HTML5, let's use metadata. They said, how do we make the answers get to the customer faster than we could a couple of years ago? And now, if you go to Chrome, you don't even have to get the search results. You get the answer with type ahead. So now it's 5 seconds. So a couple of things. What was a great experience 5 years ago is no longer a great experience. The concept of what is a great experience is constantly being changed by the new technologies and the new techniques that emerged. But the core underlying theme of what is a great experience is still the same. It is time. If you manage the customer's time rather than your time, and you are relentless in getting people what they need as quickly as possible, you're going to be successful in this new economy. So if we look here, as I said, the page load speed is about 20% of the actual experience of the customer. It's really in the use of the environment that is what is underneath that iceberg that we really need to manage, where is the most value that can be derived for the customer. Every time we change technologies, we change the ability to feedback. Feedback is a key driver of advancement in human societies. So the ability for the producer to connect with the consumer and to see how that person is consuming that and then respond to that consumption. The first maps were created around the first print maps were created around 1570. And within about a 20-30 year period, there was 28 editions of this famous Dutch map. There were more changes in mapping in 28 years than had been in the previous 500 years. And the reason was that they now had copies. They now had the same copies of the maps that they could send around the world, and other cartographers could say, say, hey, you missed Ireland, or no, Ireland's much bigger than that. And we got away with that for a couple of centuries, and then they got the satellites, but so they were able to get that feedback loop. And that's one of the key characteristics of modern successful technologies. They increase the capacity of feedback. Now, if you jump forward to today, Google changes its maps 28 times a day. Google has people waiting and ready. If somebody sends in a piece of feedback and say, you missed this roundabout, they'll triangulate that with other data sets and say, actually, we did miss the roundabout, and they'll draw it in within 20 minutes. So that feedback could have the change initiated within the environment within 20 minutes, because that's what we expect about digital. We expect digital always to be up to date, always to be current, always to be the most accurate in the environment. And those who are in the print mode of changing 28 times over 28 years, that doesn't work anymore. That doesn't work anymore if you want to give a great experience. So key to the digital experience is this constant feedback loop. And core to that is this sense of co-design, that we are designing with the customer, we're designing around the customer, we are organizing. It is the customer today that is moving much faster than the organization. The customer has transformed. Most organizations have not, right? And that is an irony of the modern age. If you look back 30 or 40 years ago, organizations had all the cool tools, all the cool systems, and the customers had very little. But today, customers are sympathetic for people who work in big companies because they've got crap systems, most of them, and they can hardly communicate. You can find people in LinkedIn, but you can't find people in your own company. What is that? It's a crazy world we live in. We're so behind the customer today, who is driving the actual agenda. I heard an excellent talk there a couple of weeks ago from Simon Cross, who's a product manager in Facebook. And he talked about the whole culture of design and how they think within Facebook. And he told a story about Facebook in 2005 and the profile pictures, and how here's John, he's having a great time, he has a wonderful life, and they were looking at the profile pictures. They were saying, why is John constantly changing his profile pictures? Because John was constantly changing his profile pictures. So they kept asking that question. It says, why can't he work with one profile picture? And by analysing and really constantly thinking and observing and going out to their customers, they realised that what John was doing was using his profile picture to tell the story of his week. He didn't have another way to do it. This is what he wanted to do. Yes, he wanted a profile picture, but he also wanted to tell everybody out there what an amazing life he had, and how wonderful friends he had, and how they were all extremely happy and having a fabulous time. So that was very important to John to tell the world that. So they thought about that, and then they said, okay, let's really focus on pictures. We need to really manage this environment, because people really want to communicate with pictures a lot in Facebook. And at that time, there was all these big competitors out in the marketplace, all Yahoos and Flickrs and etc., really dominating the picture landscape. Now, Facebook allocated 3 people to work on developing a new photo model with it. Not 40, not 50, just 3. Gave them very limited resources, and basically they were told to come up with one killer feature. Not 100 features, not 200, to find the one feature that would really differentiate them in the marketplace. And they thought and they worked and they researched and they did lots and lots of analysis. And what they figured out was that most of the photos that were coming out in Facebook were photos of people, Right. Whereas most of these people were set up by professional photographers. They're in their own photography bubble, and they thought everyone wants to take landscapes, etc., etc., etc. So they were created by photographers for professional photographers. But most people really wanted to take pictures of themselves having wonderful lives and amazing friends. So basically, the one feature that they came up with was tagging, because tagging is naming and tagging is association. That was the killer feature, but it came out of understanding and empathy for the customer. They didn't sit there and say, oh, we're amazing photographers ourselves, we'll come up with something amazing based on our teams. The worst way to design digital is to have 5 smart people in a room drinking lattes. And the longer you leave them, the worse the design actually becomes. Right. The great digital design is get into the world of the customer, get into their daily lives. And digital is a bridge from production to consumption. For the first time, we can really look into people's lives if we want to. We need 2 skills, empathy, but the next skill is humility. To actually say that really these are the clever people, these are the designers. We don't design the experience. We design for the experience that is already happening, and we enhance it and we elevate it in the process. So they introduced tagging, and within 2 years they were 10 times bigger than the top 10 other competitors. You know, by truly understanding, it's not about throwing loads of stuff. It's often about that clinical understanding of what is the top task, what is the essence of the environment, and really designing and excelling with that environment. So John was still having a great life and was still changing his profile picture. So why was that happening? They were wondering, oh, we now created the background picture to give the context, but still changing the profile picture. And John was using the profile picture to tell people about, hey, I'm off on vacation or on holidays. You know, so they thought about that. Vacation time suckers. Basically, I'm having a great life, I'm off on vacation, etc. So then they started designing, how can we create little features or stuff that allow you to set times for certain profiles for the next 2 weeks, etc. They were constantly learning, because look at it, you know, this wonderful thing. But I mean, the question is, why are they running? You know, they're probably running away from John or running away from the shark. So maybe they're not having that great a time. But still he was changing his picture. They were driving them crazy. Still changing this profile picture more than usual. So they kept asking the questions, kept asking. And they found out that sometimes they were using the profile pictures for campaigns or for things that they actually supported in the process. So they created stuff that allowed you the filters, etc. But all of this came, it wasn't the clever people in Facebook who were amazing designers. It was the clever people in Facebook who are living in the world of their customers, understanding the world of their customers, and designing with the customer, enhancing the experience rather than trying to control the experience. Don't control the experience, give the customer the controls. Don't design to control, design to give control. Because if you don't give control today to the powerful customer, you're in a lot of trouble. Around us, it's everywhere. It's in Ireland, it's in the US, it's in South Korea, it's in Poland. There is a collapse of trust. There is a collapse in belief in the old institutions and the old elites around the world. Nobody trusts financial institutions. Even charities are under severe pressure. There's this huge skepticism towards establishments and brands and experts around the world. And as Bryce said, there's a bubble. There's a huge organizational bubble. There's a tremendous delusionment, particularly at a senior management level in a great many organizations around the world. This was a study done a couple of years ago, and it asked executive distrust. 88% of executives said that they use online content to influence their decision making. They go online to help them research and make decisions, but only 9% of them trust vendor websites in the process. So this huge skepticism out there towards traditional marketing concepts and selling concepts that have been used for 40 years. Companies here saying that 80% of them feel that they are delivering a superior customer experience, but only 8% of customers feeling that they're getting a superior customer experience. There's a bubble of conceptualization of what we think we're doing versus what people think they're actually getting out there. And we need to really wake up from that bubble that we're in. There's a trust shift. So trust has shifted away from organizations and established religions, etc., towards ourselves and our peer group. So there's been a shift away from organizations to me and my friends. And maybe the customer lives in their own little bubble now, right, with me and my friends. People have never had more confidence in themselves and in their own peer groups, and they never have had less confidence in the institutions of society. And where that's going to lead us is, I don't know, but that shift is there. And if you don't basically deal with that concept of the skeptical, cynical customer, this expectation of loyalty is out the window for most people these days. The whole concept, we trust what we use. We measure use today rather than trust. You don't trust Google, but you use Google. If it's useful, we'll use it. We won't trust it necessarily, but we'll use it. And when it stops being useful, we move on. So we measure use rather than we measure trust if we want to be successful. So the value of where companies lies, where is value going in this day and age? 40 years ago, most value was in physical assets, in the buildings, in the factories, in the machines, in the physical things that you have. But value has moved to the intangible assets in the environment. So what are the intangible assets? Well, you think brand, so to speak, and intellectual property. Yes, they're components. But the new growing intangible asset is the current customer. Right? There's a shift in the value equation away from brand towards the customer. It is the customer that will be the future of your value, not your brand. It is your current customer that is the core of the future. And if you lose that current customer, you're in severe trouble. And the current customer is the worst treated in most organizations. It's like most organizations are like Italian lovers. If trying to attract you, they'll promise you everything on earth. As soon as you get married, they couldn't care less about you. Right? That's the way we treat most customers. We promise them everything in the sales and the marketing. We love you. We'll give you the longer you stay with most customers, the more you get ripped off. The longer you stay with most organizations, the more they overcharge you. Right? We see current customers as cash cows, people that we can exploit. But you know what? They realize that. They know that they're suckers if they stay with companies. So disloyalty is going to be dominant and driving in the future. And people will only stay with organizations that they feel are making their lives more convenient and more useful. The value is in the customer, and particularly the current customer in the process. The biggest challenge that we all face is really thinking like the customer. The real transformation is not technological. You know, technology is just the enabler of the actual change. The hardest thing for an organization to do is really, truly become empathetic with the customer. And it's becoming harder with digital. Because if you go back 40 years ago and you look at, say, an organization that has 100 employees, you would estimate maybe 20 or 30 of those employees had some sort of interaction with their customers. They're either sales reps or receptionists or in a store or whatever. But you come today to a typical organization today with 100 employees, and the percentage of those who are interacting with their customers are often much less, and particularly if it's a digital organization. So digital has actually closed down the connections and the channels to the customer in an age when it has never been more important to understand our customers. So in an age when customers are so confident in themselves and so dominant in the marketplace, we have never known them less. We have never understood them less. And don't think if you look at all that big data, you're going to understand your customer. Right? We have never had less channels for empathy for our customers. So your job, or the job of the customer experience, is to be that channel, to flood the organization with the experience of the customer. How do we bring the customer in? How do we bring the organization out? How do we have TVs in the reception area showing our customers on the site this moment trying to do stuff? How do we make sure that all our programmers, at least Slack, every one of their programmers must go on customer support for 2 hours a month? Every Monday morning, Slack has a senior management meeting on top support requests. Slack's, the second largest group of employees in Slack is customer experience, customer support people, next to the programmers. That's why Slack is Slack. Right? Because it actually is easy. It doesn't bullshit you about being easy. It actually is useful. Right? We have sold, and Slack is sold to the people who use it, not to the historical way we sell to organizations. We sell to the customer, who is the IT manager. We sell to the people who never use the bloody thing. That's why we get such horrendous software within most organizations, because we don't care about the actual customer, the actual user within the environment. We have got to transform that thinking. We have got to shift that thinking. Otherwise, we're going to be in severe troubles. It's natural to focus on ourselves, to focus within our own bubbles. If this lady had a dog, she'd probably have a dog like this. Yeah, that's okay. You know, that's the type of dog you want, right? And if this fella had a dog, he'd probably have a dog like this. You know, that's okay, that's okay. And this lady, this would be her dog. Right? Because we like to surround ourselves. That's why I hear lots of people talking about personas now today. I used to teach personas for years. I stopped doing it because I'd be in these workshops and I'd have all these pictures. I'd bring all these pictures with me, 40 or 50 pictures. And halfway through the workshop, I'd ask people to come up and I'd say, now come up and take a picture of your persona, the person that you're actually designing for. And you know what people always did? They always took the pretty pictures. They always left the ordinary looking people. They all wanted rock stars as personas. You know, they all want the perfect customers. That's the extreme danger of we create within our world. Why do you need personas if you're constantly in touch with your customers? Personas are an invention, a fiction, when we actually don't really know our customers and we don't really want to put in the effort. We should be constantly in touch every day with our customers if we are truly customer experience, because this is how we see ourselves, right? But this is the dog that the customer wants, right? What the customer wants may in many situations not be what we want, and we might even like it. Often we might consider it an ugly dog, but if the customer likes it, that's the dog we give the customer, right? That's our challenge. Often the stuff the customer wants, we don't even like in the process. We're bored with it, but we get paid to be bored. Right, so it's point 12 on your job application, right? So this is Aristotle's universe. This is Aristotle's, and he was a very clever guy, Aristotle, but he got a couple of things wrong. Right, even the experts back 2,000 years ago were wrong now and then. Right, and this is a very human concept because we all think this way. I am a human, I'm standing on the earth, therefore the earth must be the center of the universe because I'm the center of the universe in the process. It's and if you said anything else for 15 centuries, you know what happened to you? You got burned at a stake. Right, you got in a lot of trouble. Right, so Bryce started off this morning by asking everyone to stand up, and I'd like to finish the session by asking you, please, could you please just stand up, because I've got a new technique, I know it won't replace yoga and stuff, but it's a kind of a meditative technique in the process to help you really get in touch with your inner empathy for your customer. And it's basically that you repeat this every morning, and you basically say this: we are not the center of the universe, right? So I know you can do it. You can do it. So I want you to say, we are not the center of the universe. So every morning you get together, a group hug with your team, and you say 5 times, we are not the center of the universe. And then you say, the customer is, and you'll feel so much better. Thank you.
Jerry, thank you so much. That was great. Hi, everyone. I'm Noreen Seebacher. I'm the chief editor of CMSWire, and I hope that you're all readers. And if you're not, let me invite you to please take a look at the publication. We cover a lot about digital experience and topics that we think are of pretty good interest to you. Our next, we're kind of going to continue on this theme of empathy with our roundtable that we have called our DX Visionaries. And everyone on this panel is kind of coming with a different perspective about some piece of the puzzle that we're all trying to put together. Let me start by welcoming Ellie Avray, who is the CEO of Jaya. Jaya is based in Geneva, but Ellie is just recently a resident of San Francisco, where he's kind of making the company, advancing its globalization strategy, and really bringing the idea of digital experience into the heart of everything we do. So welcome, Ellie. Our next panelist is Christina Podner. Yesterday, Christina gave a workshop, and I can't tell you how enthusiastic everyone in that workshop was. We talk a lot about digital, but at the same time, we need to talk about governance. And Christina makes that not only interesting, but something that really is connected to your customers and something very empathetic. Christina. Our next guest is Mike Strutton, VP of Product Management at Oracle Social Cloud. An interesting thing about Mike is that he believes that every company, no matter how old it is, how much of a legacy company it is, needs to keep an entrepreneurial spirit and continue to innovate. So that's what Mike is bringing to the table. Cindy Litter is an analyst at Forrester, and Cindy can tell you what you need to know about optimization and testing and why that's so important in your digital strategies. Cindy, welcome. Next we have Dan Moriarty, who is Digital Director of the Chicago Bulls. Dan's going to bring some of that real-world perspective. Dan has a favorite quote that scars and risks are more important than indecision. That you should just go ahead and take a chance, and even if you fail, even if you have a scar, it's better than doing nothing. Dan, welcome. And finally, our moderator is Russ Klein, from the CEO of the American Marketing Association. The last time Russ and I talked, we were talking about a survey that the AMA did, and it was talking so much about the challenges and the opportunities of digital transformation. And one thing that Russ can address that maybe we don't want to talk about so much is the anxiety that it provokes for a lot of us as we're making this big transition. So welcome.
I think I am mic'd here, so thank you very much for that kind introduction, and welcome to the panel. And you picked the right guy if you're looking for anxiety, so I'm glad that I can play that role. Since we've had a chance to get a quick introduction of really everyone, why don't we plunge right into some of the issues that can spur some discussion among our experts. The American Marketing Association has an intellectual agenda that is anchored by what's called the 7 big problems. And actually, 2 of them digitization or transformation of the modern corporation is one, and the other is mastering the omni-channel world. Both of those go to the heart of the digital experience. Harvard Business Review published an article a few years ago. Daryl Rigby from Bain coined a term called digital, meaning the fusion of digital and physical worlds into one seamless customer experience. And that caused me to ask myself, really, and now to you, is the term digital a meaningful descriptor when evaluating the customer journey, or isn't that nowadays just an implicit factor in the overall experience? Dan?
Yeah, so I'll start. Obviously, I'm sure you guys can see on the screen behind me, I work for the Chicago Bulls. It's a new job for me. I'm only about 4 or 5 months in. Before that, I was with Hyatt, the hotel company, for 5 years. So kind of making this transition from a traditional brand to a sports-based brand, I think gives some interesting perspective on this question. For those of us working for more, say, traditional brands, I think you have this weird circles where you have your kind of customer base and then you have your super fans that sit in the middle there. For a sports organization, you actually have your fans are a bigger circle, and your customers, the people that actually spend money with you directly, are a smaller circle inside of that. The estimates for the Bulls are that we have about 250 million fans worldwide, but in any given year we'll only have about 1 million of those that will buy anything physical from us. And so for the vast majority, so 99.5%, their entire relationship with us is digital, whether that's what we're doing on our website, in our mobile app, on social. And so it's really, really hard for us to actually differentiate what's a non-digital product for our business and what is. So as a result, everything that we do now, whether it's, if any of you guys have been to the United Center, if it's the videos that are played in-game, historically no thought was given towards whether or not these would work socially. Now it's actually the primary thought, because we know on any given night 20,000 people will see it in the arena, but we can get it out to 3-4 million people instantly through our Facebook channels. And so every single thing we do is becoming digital, and every single department inside our organization is having to think that way. So it's no longer the 5 of us that sit on the digital team that are having to think about all of our digital output. It's every single person, whether there's a more modern focused department or a very, very traditional focused department.
That's fascinating. You pulled the physical form back into the digital experience then for your user. Anyone else about this idea of physical and digital fusion? Ellie?
I think the essence of that question relies in the fact that there is no big bang in that digital transformation. The truth is, it's a progressive movement. Sometimes there is evolution that come faster than the other. But what we see today is the result of something that happened year after year. And the conclusion of that is there is no a digital customer on one side and a physical world customer on the other. There is just one customer at the digital age, and that changed everything. But the truth is now we try to collect data from everywhere, and there is a lot of startups, and particularly with the rise of the big data technology, we discovered the fact that we can really collect information from everywhere, including from the physical world. We have even prototypes that collect that information in virtual world, and the objective is to get a better view, as all marketers dream of, a better view of the customer to deliver a better service or a better product. Customer at the center of the world. Remember the last presentation. And clearly now we understand that the tool we use and the customer are the same thing. We are at a digital edge that's moving very fast, but the truth is it's the same customer. And we need to deliver the same quality, answer to the same type of question, whether it is actually using the phone, going to a shop, or interacting or engaging through a digital touch point. And that's the core of the digital transformation, because it implies all the different subsystems in the enterprise that were before completely separated and managed by different people and different departments. That's where the company struggled.
Excellent. Anyone else have a different take on it? Mike?
Well, I wouldn't say different, but I would add to it that the fact that where we have the physical world today and we don't have digital, we're going to see it, right? So if we all rewind a few years, 10 years or so back, you can see how we're getting more and more data today in the physical world that's digital data. So just expect that tomorrow we'll have more. right? So be prepared for that, understand that it will be all digital, and that physical world is important.
Yeah, and I would just add to that as well. I think what we have to really consider, and what Jerry was just telling us a few minutes ago, is really consider who the customer is and how the customer wants to interact with us. And that's really what it comes back down to. So yes, digital is certainly one channel, and it can be either sort of the small digital, as we keep saying, which is the web or social media or mobile apps. There's the bigger digital, right, that's coming down the pike, and none of us probably can anticipate what that really is. But whether it's the next evolution of flying cars or kind of wherever we're going, really it's the customer at the heart of it, and ensuring that we're continually keeping our ear to the ground and understanding and interpreting what the customer wants is the key. Taking the focus off of ourselves, really focusing on the objectives of what the customer wants, why do we even exist today to serve that customer, and ensuring that we translate that experience and those needs back into the digital space through a digital strategy, I think is key.
And I'd sort of just add a little bit to that, kind of expand on it a little bit as well, that with all the tsunamis of data that have started and will continue, to your point, to come our way, it gets harder and harder to figure out what matters most. And as we're all saying, as Jerry said as well, what matters most is what the customer's perception of us is. And we have to pick the experiences that matter most to the business outcomes that we're trying to achieve. That's the hard part, but it's the most important part. And digital is everything. It's slowly becoming everything. Even physical is digital, if that makes sense.
So both Mike and Cindy have talked about this idea of more and this idea of a tsunami. And digitization has, I think, enabled marketers to put data analysis on what I would call an 8-lane super highway, as opposed to the old gravel road that data would travel on or information would travel on. So there's more real-time data, there's just more types of data, structured, unstructured, racing along that 8-lane highway. The volume and the complexity of that data, traveling at high speeds, never slowing down, becomes accident prone, if you will, for the organization. And so staying with that analogy and thinking about the marketer as the driver. Is the marketer, the modern marketer of today, licensed and skilled at being able to travel down that highway with all of that avalanche of data?
So I personally love to talk about this. I hope not to talk about it for too long. But I actually specialize in digital governance, and it really is trying to understand how do we use digital online, and how do we actually get digital to be full of integrity. And that includes things like ensuring how much data is really on that super lane highway, and how do you actually enable people and empower them to get the job done and yet not expose the organization to any type of risk or any kind of liabilities, if you will. And it's really hard to do that, right? It sounds very easy, but as we were talking about before we got up here, there are so many laws, there's so many regulations, and trying to understand that and really weigh that out with the opportunities that we see in digital is key for the organization, and getting that information back to the marketeers, to not just the marketeers, but to really everybody within the organization who's involved in digital, because everybody is, ensuring that they have the knowledge and the power of how to interact well with the customer, deliver on the products and the services, and yet balance that out so you're not necessarily causing issues for the organization, whether it's in things like data localization and data transfer globally, because we do operate in a global world, whether it's having things like accessibility so that all customers, whether they are hearing impaired, visually impaired, or have challenges with motor skills, can access our products and services. It just expands the realm, and it's becoming a very complex world that's not just about the data and the quantity, but really the context in which we're operating and utilizing that data.
And if I can add also something is the fact that when they manage a project, a lot of marketers test a lot of tools, and as a matter of fact, year after year, the IT people discovered that there is a lot of tools in place with a lot of overlaps, and as a result, you spread the data of the customer in a lot of different systems. Sometimes there are new systems, the new digital marketing tools that pop up every month, but also the core of the company, which is, for instance, the CRM system or the contract management system from an insurance company, company or the bank account for every customer from a bank. Those subsystems need to collaborate, interoperate, and yes, there is risk because when you expose those data to the external world, that's where, particularly those days, you take a risk, and it's not only a risk of breaching the data or hacking, having and seeing those data hacked. This is also about what is the level of data sharing that the customer agree to share in order to deliver the related better service. And it's not just about law, because of course before it was based on the goodwill of the company. Now, and particularly in Europe, there is government agency, particularly in France, for instance, where now they are really performing investigation and find the company if the rules of the data privacy are not followed by the company, and the fine now start to be very high. And you know, when 4 years ago, when we start to work on a massive data aggregator for personalization purpose, because we discovered that the first problem of those companies is to have the data of the customer spread everywhere. How I can have a consistent profile of my customer in order to deliver better service. But when it came to build that engine of aggregation, of data aggregation, we discovered that it's probably one of the best way to have the most deep understanding of the customer behavior. And that's where the data privacy question came. So within the standard, we work at the Oasis Foundation, and we decided to open source completely to the Apache Foundation the resulting engine. It's about transparency. You cannot have your customer trust what you do if you are not transparent with the way the data, the way you are using the data. And for instance, in the core of the standard and the engine we donate to the Apache Foundation, we put the fact that you can the customer and the systems that may expose the data to let the customer, for instance, anonymize the data, delete the data. And it's not just the more transparent you are, the trust you will be with your customer in a data-driven marketing world, the quality of the data you will get will be better, because ultimately the customer will understand why you need this data. Because you are a customer, I am a customer, everybody here is a customer. When you contact a company, you expect that the company knows about your problem, the product you bought, and you don't have to repeat again and again the same thing, particularly when you have an issue you need to solve. So this is the cursor where what is the amount of data I agree to share, and understanding what the company will do with that, and the frontier where it becomes an intrusion in my data privacy. And the recent event about the data privacy breach and the law that you talked about, particularly in Europe, I mean, we will clearly need to be in the mind of the customer-centric organization, and particularly the one in the US that need to address European customer, for instance, because now it's not based on goodwill anymore. It's clearly by law. But it's an opportunity. Everybody's seeing the data privacy as a constraint, as again the lawyer and the internal lawyer will slow down the business and so on. That's not true. You need to think completely differently. That data privacy, it's a huge opportunity to rebuild the trust. Trust is not about the brand. Remember the last keynote. It's not the brand. It's the customer value. And the customer will trust you and develop a better business relationship, customer relationship, if you understand exactly what you're doing with the data. And if it's beneficial, then there is no problem and he will be loyal. That's the key. It's an opportunity.
And I think, one of the things that I would probably pose as a question back to you as well, because I think it's a fascinating area to think about right now, is you're absolutely right, I think, around the customer loyalty and actually explaining to the customer what is it that you're doing with their data, setting that expectation and creating that relationship of trust. But how do you actually do that in an environment where also there's legal constraints? And I'm thinking specifically about Russia, because I love to harp on Russia. But Russia, and they're not alone, by the way, so is Kazakhstan and Australia and that bucket as well. They insist that you cannot transfer data outside of their legal borders. And so sort of interesting, how do you reconcile, or how do you think we should actually reconcile the legal ramifications with the user experience and the user expectation?
The truth is, a lot of marketing systems that are currently used and deployed within enterprise has been only deployed based on the value those tools will deliver to the marketing teams. and with a lot of those tools are actually cloud-based tools. So the question about the physical storage, where is the physical storage? I mean, the marketing didn't think about that when they select the tool. So that's why, for instance, and as a matter of fact, you put your data in the end of, and the data of your customer in the end of those external software company, cloud-based company. And when we decided to build that engine of aggregation, we built it in a way that let the company install that aggregator and be sure that the data of customer are back where you need to put those data. And clearly that question will become more and more important, because it's exactly what happened with this young lawyer in Austria when he decided to contact Facebook and say, I want my data, all the posts, and discovered that some deleted posts are still in the archive of Facebook, leading to the fact that the Safe Harbor Act has been useless. And why? Because the answer of Facebook at this time was, look, we deliver what you requested, a PDF file with everything, but for the deletion part, then Safe Harbor Act, data are based in the US, then basically we do what we want. And the answer has been, no, I'm Austrian and the European rules apply. I need to have my data near, and you need to comply with the regulations that say when I delete something, that thing needs to be deleted, period. And the resulting, that's where the goodwill of the company shift clearly overnight between something that you may do as something you have to do, and knowing that there is no frontier with the digital age. The problem of localization of the data will be hitting hard the company, and more, and for instance, at the last Apache Con, I met a lot of new roles, like the chief of data privacy. I mean, that new chief, that new C-level, I mean, I never saw that before. But because companies start to understand that with a global customer base, with global data collection, if you need to localize on the physical world, all those data, how you do that? Technically, how you do that, knowing that everybody's talking about the cloud. And by definition, the cloud, there is some technical frontier between Europe and the US in terms of storage. But basically, the final objective is to have a unification of the network, meaning beyond the frontier. So that looks like something inachievable.
So Dan, Cindy, or Mike, this idea of the tension between customer experience and optimizing that, and then privacy, what kinds of issues do you see?
Go ahead. Well, certainly there's a tension. I mean, you've heard all about it, and I listen to our customers and have a lot of empathy for them when they deal with challenges like this. I think the area that is probably one of the things I would consider important when you're thinking about the data and the different super lane highways, as you call them, which will certainly create more problems, but is making that data not just ingestible so that you can analyze it, but actually making because a lot of times these are silos, right? How do we make the different applications leverage the data, or have the portability to leverage data from other applications? And I think that's a key component that marketers need to be thinking about, because it's all too often we're stuck with a silo of or a bunch of siloed applications. We can pull that data together and analyze it, but how do we actually make the data work across? Okay,
particularly if they are stored in different
it certainly
places.
Brings in the challenges that you described, but I think that absolutely brings out the power and the ability to react in real time and deal with the opportunities that marketers want from one set of data in another application.
And that's the very reason why when we started to work on that 4 years ago, we start with an interoperability standard. Because as soon as you say that the data need to be separated and at the same time centralized for the usage of the data, that looks like something that is not possible. So the way to achieve that is to have a way to have all those different systems sharing the data in a unified way, in a standardized way. And that's exactly the context server standard we started 4 years ago at Oasis Consortium, which is completely open, to build the trust with the different companies, having a standard and open source implementation is a lot of time a good way to explain that yes, the system is doing that, but is really doing it, because first you see that in the standard, and you can see that in the source code. So of course it's not a guarantee that the companies that use that will do it respectfully of in respect with the data of the customer, but at least it's a start. And interoperability, I think, for that is key, is really key.
Right. So once we get past the data, getting the data clean, the data standardized, and the data in one place, and the data democratized within the organization, and getting past the privacy issues and all of that, there's still another problem, is how do we get from data to insights?
And that certainly is the key. I mean, there's so much investment being made and will continue to be made in the data, the technology, the people, the systems, the activity, and so on, and that just continues and continues and continues. And so many of the companies that I speak to, and so much of Forrester's research of business executives show that there's a very low level, an astoundingly low level of insights turning into actions that make the experiences better for customers. So what I do for a living at Forrester, and did for 20 years in digital prior to joining Forrester, is to really think through, and Christina, you and I were talking about this earlier, to really talk about what are the organizational issues, the dynamics, the processes, the governance, which Christina spoke about before, that matters. So those are the things that you have to think about. Yes, there may have been great progress made with your data, but I still hear clients say to me all the time, I still don't have a 360 view of the customer, or whatever you want to call that. One of the things you can do, and then I'll stop there and let others comment, one of the things that's really critical and can help bring together the organization around this challenge is choosing the metrics that matter most, number one, to you, and choosing the metrics that people are measured on already, in order to really focus your attention between your IT, or whatever you call it, group, your marketing group, your e-business group, the other areas, and really use that.
I mean, I've been waiting to jump in because I didn't want to interrupt the governance stuff, because that's interesting for me just to listen to learn, to be honest. But I mean, from my side, I think less about the governance and more, I think, towards what you're saying, which is what do we actually do with it when we have it? And to your original question around, is the modern marketer equipped to use this data? I don't think we are as organizations. I think, and I'm sure you guys have got your views here and would love to hear them, but I think most marketers historically have had data in two sections. They've had planning, so as they go into, whether it's business decisions, campaign decisions, whatever it might be, they're looking at data up front, and then they've got results. So 6 months to 5 years later, they're looking at how did we do. I think what digital and what all of the stuff we've been talking about up here has changed is you actually have reduced the planning cycle up front, and you've reduced how much you need to look at results at the back, and you've pushed it to the middle, where you actually need to be making decisions every day, customer by customer, using data. And that's where I think digital people are quite equipped for that, but the traditional departments inside larger marketing organizations, I don't think have quite wrapped their head around the fact that you can't look at data and then forget about it, and then look at data again 6 months later and see what happened. It's that iteration and that process of getting much quicker at looking at data, and much more segmented with how small you go. That is how I think organizations need to shift.
And I think also making certain that you tie that data directly back to the business objective, because I think we oftentimes forget that we're living sort of in a digital world, and yes, it's important to understand what people are doing online, but unless it translates to some kind of a real tangible business objective, it really doesn't matter.
In real time.
In real time.
Close to.
That's right.
And I think what Cindy was saying was doing that definition up front, defining the KPIs before you necessarily take the data, right? It's not let me get a whole bunch of data and then figure out what it means.
That's right.
What do I need, and what am I trying to define, and what does success look like, and then let me go define the steps from that point.
So does anybody here have strong feelings about so-called best practices, though, in terms of how an organization takes its data and consistently becomes insight-prone, consistently able to generate insights that generate results, that do achieve the KPIs and the metrics that have been established up front? Have you seen this as an example recently, where you see somebody who really knows how to convert data into insights that matter?
Yeah, Josh, do you want to? You go.
So, for me, I'm actually sort of nodding my head yes, because I recently worked with a client who was very focused on sort of digital quality, if you will. And it was interesting because it was all about measuring things like how long are my paragraphs, how many misspellings do I have, the things that at the end of the day really aren't the big things that customers care about. And they went on a little bit of a journey for themselves where executives said, okay, you know what? We actually have digital and we sponsor digital and we give you money for digital and we do it with a certain expectation in mind. And so what is that? What are we really trying to achieve? And the organization was able to take a step back and map those objectives out from a business perspective, right? We're looking to grow our marketplace by X amount. We're trying to make a stronger relationship with the client so that the next 5 years are cemented in terms of our presence in the marketplace, and translate all of those business objectives back into digital terms, right? Baking them directly into the digital strategy. From there, you can actually operationalize those through policies and standards, obviously a governance girl here. But I think what that's really important is it gives you a platform then to look at operationally how are you doing, measure things that are actually tangible from, how fast of a turnaround do we have from a publication cycle, right? How quickly can we get information out to the customer, the type of information that they want to see, the type of information that they care about, and if that's a production cycle that you can minimize and measure how much actual efficiencies you've achieved, then that means something from a business term. Right, and so that's one example. But there's many such examples, and so I think that taking off our hats for a moment and stopping to think about things like, how many hits do I have, how many likes do I have, what is my online quality from a spelling perspective, or how long are my paragraphs, all things that are valid in your own right, but it's really the bigger picture that we're trying to get to and striving for, and at the end of the day, no matter how many individual little KPIs you have, unless you can roll it back all the way up to the business objectives, it really doesn't matter. And I think that for executives who are running their digital in a smart way, they're actually asking the real question, which is, I'm giving you money or I'm giving you resources, what are you giving me back in return? What am I getting for the money that I'm laying out on the table? And those are the KPIs I think that really matter.
And the problem with the KPI and the definition of the KPI is there is a sort here at the core of the question of a catch-22, because there is tons of new tools every day. We are talking about artificial intelligence running marketing. I mean, I think marketers will be still useful, but there is still that feeling that because of the volume of data, you need something more to be more efficient. So that catch-22 is how I understand the tool that are available on the market and how this match with the objective of the company. And yes, marketers are well equipped to understand what you can do with the customer, how we can leverage the data, but there is a lot of tools that deliver different sort of analysis, different of tools, and there are all those tools every day, or new tools every day. So that, I mean, yes, I give money and I expect what? More leads, more pipe, more engagement, but you need first to understand exactly the value of the tool, of those new tools, to see if how is it matching with your objective, and if you understand that, then you can adapt your KPI. And why you have this type of question is because with an organization, that catch-22 is there. Say, how I can understand, so I know that I can do A/B, A/Z testing, for instance, but do I have the content to actually make it relevant, efficient, or deliver good data that I can rely on to change something and make my pipe better or my engagement better? And I see through the partners, and particularly the digital agencies that are really using those tools for the customer, they have to educate the customer saying, this is a new tool, this is what you can get, and this is how you can use it for the strategy of a company. And that catch-22 is really important, because you need to go beyond the simple, okay, we need to have more transformation rate on that banner. There is new tools there, and if you do not understand that, if you do not evangelize about that, you will not use those properly. And you need also that the other side of the coin, you need also to understand what it means from an organizational perspective. Think about multilingual capabilities. A lot of customers say, we need multilingual, we need a website in 20 languages because we operate globally. But do they realize really what it means to have everything translated in 20 languages? A lot of time, no. And the same thing for personalization. I want 20 segments because I want a better customer experience. Do you realize that you need to produce actually 20 type of different user experience? Because if everybody is seeing the same thing, what's the point in investing on a personalization engine? There is no point of that. And it needs a lot of evangelization and knowledge transfer, knowing that in the US, it's, again, far more advanced than what you can see in Europe. In Europe, and this is clearly different, they are not at the same stage of that digitalization. And for US corporations that deploy in Europe, or for software companies, that's something you need to also to take into account.
Just quickly throw it. I mean, I think tools are super important, don't get me wrong. Like, you have to have the technologies in the organizations to do this stuff. But to your question, how do you go from data to insights? I think we're almost too reliant on tools. And again, what I think's missing is curious, empathetic marketers that sit in the middle, because you can't look at a data set and pull an insight from it. You look at a data set, you pull a hypothesis, and then you test that. And then you get the insight. And that's where, again, to my point about not the overwhelming percentage of modern marketers being ready for this, they look at data sets and they're trying to jump from raw data all the way to, okay, what do I do differently in my business forever? And not looking at data and saying, okay, I need 3 things that are interesting here that I can go and test. That it's so easy for us to test these days. And that's where it's the human piece. Like, the technologies are far better than the human capital, I think, inside a lot of organizations at the moment.
And here's an example, I think, that builds on what Dan's saying. So a very large retail bank had a small team in their digital folks. I forget the exact number, it was 4, but this is a very large bank who was doing A/B testing. And they had quite rudimentary tools, relatively speaking, just doing A/B testing and managing the challenge of having to have content, which is usually the biggest stopper of this in the early stages, right? Anybody not have that experience? They managed that challenge, and they were able to do a great job in what I call self-marketing of the findings that they had and the results that they had in simple A/B testing of certain key experiences within the bank. And that got right up to the executive level. Like any other organization, I'm sure you're in one, it wasn't an opportunity for them to get a whole bunch more people starting to do this, to get new tools and all of that. But they relentlessly focused on figuring out how can we do much, much more of this. So they went to about 50 journey managers that they had within the organization, whose job it was to help the customer experience across different silos, which are prevalent in many organizations, and certainly in banking. I'm sure you experience it at some points in your own lives. And they did very simple training of those journey managers to do very simple A/B tests on the siloed experiences that they were responsible for. So with this very simple approach, they were able to rapidly and extremely expand, even within their own siloed approach, the opportunity that they had to optimize the customer experiences. And that's what they're continuing to do today. Their digital team is still very small, but they were able to very cleverly use what they already have to extend the capabilities and extend the improvement of customer experience and the insights that they had.
So from my experience, from an insight perspective in social, we've seen a lot of companies leverage the technology that's available and the data that's available across the social web to give them insights around their customers and get greater insights from around a marketing campaign or what they're trying to do. A couple of examples off the top of my head. A snowmobile manufacturer learning that their audience is referring to the word pink and not understanding what that means, and diving deeper into social and discovering that there's an entire audience of pink ribbon riders, women who are, and people who are affected by breast cancer, who are avid snowmobile riders. So this company was able to tap into that type of insight, and now is known as the brand that sponsors, this event that happens quite often, and we're able to see that through social. So being able to get that type of insight from the conversations that are happening across the social web. Another example about a trucking company that sells trucks, CB radios, as we would think of, or maybe I'm old enough to remember those back in the day. Truckers were talking about, well, Twitter is the new CB radio for truckers. And for this trucking company to tap into that type of insight and understand how they can now leverage that marketing avenue and that opportunity to talk and communicate and even sell a $175,000 truck from a social media engagement, right? That's pretty impressive.
That's when data becomes exciting.
Right.
When it turns into an insight. One of the things that was interesting to me on the digital experience customer survey that I think everybody's probably seen and read, with respect to metrics, Things like customer satisfaction topped the list. Site traffic, conversion rates, retention rates, and then even Net Promoter Score was on there. What wasn't on there that surprised me, maybe it didn't surprise anyone else, was customer engagement. How do any of you think of customer engagement? How do you define customer engagement? And does it matter with respect to what people should be delivering versus some of these other more granular metrics? Anybody?
Go ahead. Certainly. I deal with customer engagement from a social perspective. I know my customers actually measure that level of engagement and how they're interacting, whether it's on their Facebook or their Twitter accounts, or just how the engagement may be happening, the messaging that they're creating across social. It may not be direct, but it may be indirect. So that is a key, from a social marketing perspective, it's a key metric that is tracked.
And it's one of those things, too, that takes a certain amount of surround sound. Even if you don't have the most sophisticated tools or even the most sophisticated data, it's really important in the digital arena, let's just stay there for a moment, to look at a number of different perspectives. And again, working with what you have to get more insights so that you can continuously improve experience. So that may be behavioral data that you're seeing from web or mobile analytics. If you're doing this, it might be contextual data that's showing you where the customer is. You may ask the customer through surveys and other approaches of asking the customer what they like and don't like, whether it's customer CSAT or NPS or whatever. And hopefully, if you are in a product arena particularly, but even service too, to make observations yourself of what customers are doing, because only asking customers what they like and don't like is actually a rather two-dimensional approach. You need that surround sound of a number of different approaches.
Dan, do the Bulls measure customer engagement?
Yes.
What is it?
So for us, customer engagement is relevancy. Sports is interesting because you're only as good as your last game. I mean, the Cubs, we all stood up and clapped. 3 years ago, we wouldn't have started this conference that. 2 years ago, we wouldn't have started this conference that way. And so for us, relevancy is when you're not winning 73 games a season, how do you stay relevant? How do you stay appropriate in your fans' eyes? And so we really look at, to your guys' point about prioritizing KPIs, we look at 3 big buckets. We look at scale, so how big is our audience, how many people are coming to our website, the things that show growth, basically. We look at what we call relevancy, which I think is what we're kind of referring to as engagement here. So once we've actually got this audience, are they doing things with us? Are they spending time? Are they liking what we're putting out? Are they watching the videos? Are they coming to our website, downloading our mobile app, anything like that shows like it's not a negative experience that we're counting as a +1. And then lastly, we have what we call kind of business metrics, if you will. So click-throughs to buy tickets, click-throughs to buy merchandise. And I say click-throughs, I'm sure some of you are rolling your eyes there. In sports, we have different vendors that do that, so we actually lose them when we send to Ticketmaster or to Fanatics, which is our retail site. So we look at across all of the different platforms that we run, how are we doing from a scale perspective, how are we doing from a relevancy perspective, and then how are we doing from a business perspective. And definitely that middle bucket is the one that we're probably looking at most on a day-to-day basis.
Excellent. I think it's interesting to see that there is a sort of schizophrenia between collecting all those data and having all those data-driven marketing. But at the same time, we really want to humanize the relationship we still have with the customer, because at the end of the day, the customer wants to talk to someone, not have a robot that even if the answer is relevant, but as soon as you start an engagement, the customer engagement needs to be humanized in order to be efficient. But at the same time, we putting all those tools, all those data-driven and collecting and centralize the data in order to have a better understanding of the customer and also deliver a better personalized services. But we need to remember that behind those data, there is people. and that's key. Again, the people are the ones that ultimately understand what you do, buy what you deliver, and yeah, that's a balance between the fantastic benefit of the data-driven marketing, but at the same way, keeping that engagement with the customer in the physical world. Again, it's one customer. It's not 2 different profiles. That schizophrenia needs to disappear, because otherwise you do not have that promises of the consistent customer journey, that famous 360-degree view of the customer. You need to have one customer, and yes, it implies that at one point he will need to talk to a human being, not just an artificial intelligence.
And I would say that, just thinking about customer journeys is actually key, right? And what we oftentimes do is we focus so much on the customer experience from a digital perspective. But I think in understanding what that customer experience is from a digital perspective, from a physical perspective, from any other channel they want to interact with us on, and ensuring that when they're dipping in and out of the different channels, they're having a consistent experience is key, right? And at that perspective, I think if we tend to lose people along the way. And that's because we're not very good at dipping in and out of all of those channels, and we need to become better at that.
Who is really good at dipping in and out of those channels that any of you see in the market right now?
Customers.
Customers are.
They are. Yeah, they're
Any brands that are really doing
airlines.
great?
I mean, airlines as a customer. I mean, they start to. I mean, when you're in the airport, you can connect on the airline app. You have a consistent data exchange between the website and the customer application, and you can change everything on the fly. I mean, that starts to be something
Starting
that...
to begin. Christina?
I'm actually shaking my head no, okay, because I travel quite a bit. I'm usually on an airplane every other week. I'm a United customer, and what really angers me is when I get my boarding pass, it's on my phone, and all of a sudden there's a gate change, and yet my boarding pass is still showing me my old gate. It's like, really? This is where you fail me, is in the last mile?
Yes.
And so I think that, you're asking who out there is doing a good job. I don't know that anybody's really doing a stellar job. I think in terms of digital maturity, we're all on our little path and on our journey. Hopefully we're all traveling in the same direction, trying to go upwards. Some people are doing a better job of it, I think, than others. Personally, I worked with Intel last year with Lisa Welchman. And Scott Rosenberg has been talking a lot and writing a lot about the Intel digital experience and how they organize themselves. I would say that they're a really good use case to take a look at. Some of the car manufacturers are starting on that journey, mostly because they're being very disrupted from a small digital perspective. It's no longer about just websites and social media and mobile applications. It's about the fact that Ford can sell me, the customer, a car right now, today, and I don't actually have to see a dealer ever. Right, and so we're talking about serious disruptions in the marketplace, and I think that companies that are going to be leading the way and doing a good job are the ones that are looking at the bigger events and the bigger picture and really trying to respond to that and ensure that I have a good experience on that path as the company matures as well.
And I think the shift is probably in the way the people put in place the project. So if you think about the journey and not as before, I need a mobile application. It's the same way as before. I have a website, I need a content management system, and I need to build a customer extranet. Then I need a portal and architecture, or I need an e-commerce website. Then I have a commerce backend. The truth is, the company put in place all those silos, and now we are trying to unify that, because you cannot have a customer journey that is unified in those subsystems are not unified. If you look at what happened with those new services, and for instance, when I just moved to San Francisco and I bought a car, I used Shift.com. I mean, I bought a car in 8 hours without signing a paper. I mean, I got my car, the service even include the Uber that took me from my home to the place where the car has been parked, and thus I can go back with the car. I mean, everything is completely unified, from the website, from the mobile application, from the documents you sign, from even the paperwork you have to send to the DMV and so on. 8 hours to buy a second-hand car. I mean, that's super fast.
Yeah. Every one of these raising the game for experience expectations in every category now. So Ellie, Christina, Mike, Cindy, and Dan, please give this group a hand for the work today. Thank you, guys.
All of our roundtable speakers. I invite you to go to CMSWire. We have some of the speakers have authored stories. Others are the subject of stories that we have written. Please continue to look at their insights there. For now, let's take a break for some refreshments and some conversation. Please be back here at 11 o'clock and we'll pick up the conversation. Thanks, folks. can get started.
Actually talk about a few things that are kind of take what we talked earlier today about, that great initial keynote that we had, and then kind of boiling that down to what some of the things that panel was saying, and talk more about how you do those things, right? Everybody said get the organization to collaborate and make sure you have the right governance. What we do as professionals in customer experience is we help the organization to do that. So I'm going to share with you some of the things and techniques and a way to kind of think about how all these things come together. So this is really talking about not only digital experience but UX and CX and how they fit together. So let's get started. The first thing I want to share with you is, if you're thinking about your own brand, as they were talking in the panel, we are now seeing this engagement ecosystem. So now is it not only about customer experience, it's also about employee experience. It's also about, as the IoT takes over, we're also going to see brands having to work together around the customer experience, sharing data, looking at the whole journey from what we're doing as consumers every day. We don't think about the brand themselves, we think about our holistic, what we're trying to accomplish. And so it's even a bigger challenge now. So the capability to really build the muscle in your organization on how to do that is critically important. So I want to share that with you, not to scare you of just not thinking about your brand, but there's more coming. So just a quick definition of customer experience, it's really about the customer's perception. And when I talk about customer, it's our perception, right? Each of us can walk into a store and see a totally different perception of that store just based on who we are and what we're looking for. It's also understanding and performing against what we need as consumers and as individuals. And it's about the emotions we create. And so a lot of you will probably say, well, I can't go in and talk about emotions, we're busy talking about data. Let me share with you some of the things that are happening out in space related to that. We think that customer experience has really been a catalyst for changing the way organizations work and how we think about value. Let me say that one more time. Customer experience has been a catalyst for changing the way we work. So no longer is it just about saying the words and it's going to happen. What we find organizations doing is they're having to find new ways of doing things, new internal processes, new organizational hierarchies and ways of working, because it's no longer about the silos. Anybody else have silos in your organization? Yeah, really good at it. I worked for AT&T and Cisco Foods, and we were really good at the silo thing. And we'll talk a little bit about that. So in the end, customer experience, anybody in the organization is really charged ultimately with improving the end-to-end experience. So that doesn't happen by magic, right? That would be wonderful and that's what we want, but it doesn't happen by magic. So customer experience teams, typically you might have a chief customer officer or a VP of customer experience who usually is the person who's kind of helicoptering up and looking at everything, and I'll talk about that in a second. But it's really about helping to orchestrate all of those touch points that are happening in the organization. So if you don't have that position right now, I'm going to share with you some things about how that does make a difference, because organizations that we see be successful, like Southwest, like USAA, have somebody whose job it is to care for the end-to-end experience. So that's when we say customer experience, that's what we're talking about. UX is typically what we think about with user experience, the design of an experience. And the target is engagement, of course, but it's really in most organizations about how they support the digital product and service experience, the true design around that. I'm going to talk a little bit about design-centered thinking and how it's helped organizations kind of to shift to a different way of thinking about customers. Digital experience is the implementation of customer experience across digital channels and typically threads to offline. So I'm going to talk a little bit about, as we talk through some of these, you'll see examples of how digital experience and transformation is critically important because it enables and supports the experience, but there's many other things we need to be thinking about. And it typically really integrates all of those things in the back end especially. So experience teams need to work closely together to ensure the end-to-end journey is cared for and orchestrated. So before we get into kind of how that happens, let me talk a little bit more about this emotional piece and why design is so important. If we think about all experience teams start with to understand and care for the human experience, right, our emotions and our needs. So if you look at this, it's like there's a coffee maker, right? And if you were looking at the specs for the coffee maker, it might talk about the on button and the size of the handle and some of the other things. But what's truly the experience we're providing, right? The functionality is just a means to an end. We're really after the experience of that first sip of coffee in the morning and the smell and the aroma and the warmth of the cup, right? So we're looking at that in two different ways. As a matter of fact, we see that rational and conscious, as we as consumers, only accounts for about 15% of what we do. 85% is emotional and subconscious. So brands that are figuring this out understand that we as human beings, all the emotions and the subconscious things that register in our head are much more powerful than what we're thinking and how we're rationally designing things as we go about doing it. I'll give you an example of that. Take a look at this picture. Other than the hangers being empty, what do you feel when you look at this picture? Do you notice the rod is really small and the hangers are like this big? What does that tell you? This is at a hotel, by the way. Huh? They don't trust. They don't trust you. Now somebody along the way said, hey, we're losing hangers, people are taking them home, we need to figure out a way to make that work better so we don't have the cost of the hangers going out. That's a business objective. But what they didn't realize is when they made that decision, the subconscious impact of what the message they were sending to their customer. So this is when we start to talk about design and customer experience, we're really trying to kind of crawl in the heads of folks and understand what the experience is creating subconsciously as well as rationally. And brands that succeed both meet functional and emotional needs. I'm going to give you an example that kind of sticks with you. I borrowed this from Oracle. They have great resources, by the way, online, designingscx.com. It talks about journey mapping, and this is one of the pieces and examples they give. So when I was getting ready to come here, I had a workshop yesterday, and the task I was trying to complete, the thing I was trying to get done, the job to get done, was bringing things with me. And so I needed important things close to me at all times. I needed a shoulder bag so my hands were free. I needed to get inside my bag quickly, right? And I looked out in the garage and there was a canvas tote that I'd gotten from probably a conference, and I looked online and it was $5.98, right? That would suffice for my needs, right? However, if we start to think about the emotional needs of customers, we as human beings, I need my friends to look at me for fashion advice, right? I need to reward myself. I want to be seen as successful. This voice in our head, you guys all have that voice in your head, right? Do tell me that you do. Those things inside your head, that silent voice of things that are registering with you, that you're thinking in your head, is where we're trying to get to customer experience professionals. So take a look at this. Look at the price tag. $5.98 versus $598. It meets my functional needs, but it also meets emotional needs. So the discovery emotional needs in customer experiences have become critically important. That's why human-centered design, that's why thinking about all the things that impact that experience, like the hanger story, are critically important. So experience teams really need to define how we build interactions and results. So we take the needs of humans, we just talked about, we take the possibilities of technology, and then the requirements for business success. So for me, these are kind of the three things that need to come together in order to be successful. And again, we see brands that are doing this customer experience really well focus on these three components and merge them together. And the way that they do that is to really take the design process, if you will, which is circular, not linear, but for observation purposes here. Understanding and observing, that's going out and being with your customers, as the panel talked about, getting that kind of point of view of what's happening in the ecosystem around what they're doing. Ideation, which is getting to the right insight and the right thing to go do. And then rapid prototyping, we're hearing a lot more about how you're testing, not just A/B testing, but how you iterate quickly. There's a book called Sprint, which is great. It's 5 days to a new experience. And then testing and launching things. That's really supported by what you're doing in your digital experience and infrastructure. UX teams and digital experience teams working together. Where customer experience can help is to really pull all of that together for you, and not only pull together what that creation of that experience is, both digitally and from a user perspective, but also the end-to-end journey. Okay, we'll talk a little bit about an example of that as we walk through here. So think about customer experience as really organizations that are successful have kind of an organization that helicopters up over the entire organization and begins to orchestrate the experience. So this is typically a chief customer officer who reports directly to a CEO who can help look at all of the touch points and bring them together. There's a lot of things that are happening, and you heard the panel talk a lot about each of these things. And I'm going to give you just quick examples of them. Having a strategy, organizational alignment, customer understanding. Typically, people think of customer experience as just surveys. It's not. It's about understanding the entire ecosystem, as we talked about. The design function, which is where we're collaborating with user experience. Measures, metrics, and value. So you heard the panel talk a lot about what are the metrics that you're after. I'm going to show you a little bit about how we're thinking about how we look at those things a little differently than just Net Promoter Score and some of the things that you've heard about. And then this whole customer-centric culture piece, and then technology and change management behind it. So if you're asking, as I said, if it's really about changing the way an organization works, it's important to be a change agent. This position in customer experience and leading change in your organization is critically important if you're going to be successful. And we've seen that over and over again in many organizations. It's a great example I like to use of if you're trying to get the organization to really collaborate around the customer. An example to use is if we were all building a bridge and each of you were going to build a separate pylon for the bridge. If we didn't have the same blueprint and we were hiring different workers and we were buying materials from different places, we were on different timelines, what do you think the bridge would look like? Kind of like that, right? The importance of putting that road across then is if we're all on the same page and we have the same blueprint, when the customer goes across that journey, it's very smooth, it's orchestrated, it's coordinated. So when you talk about journey mapping, it's a good way to really think about this, experience mapping, whatever you want to call it. It's a good way to understand all of the silos in your organization and how they're working together. That's why journey mapping has become a very powerful tool, because it allows us to see this end-to-end experience that we're having regardless of what silo or business unit is touching the customer. So what are all the opportunities that we see with merging customer experience, digital experience, user experience all together? One is really aligning and linking the efforts. So they shouldn't exist in silos like everything else. We should model that collaboration. Standards and outcomes should be common. A lot of times we see user experience teams and customer experience teams and digital teams not talking to each other. Sometimes they work together, sometimes not. And then this end-to-end planning we talked about and the importance of that. So let me go through some of the components of planning for that. So how do you plan for the partnership? Dell has a great example of this, and you can go on and look at some of the work that they've done in this experience and kind of bringing it together, especially as they've gone through the merger with EMC. So aligning organizational traits, unifying research and design assets, telling people stories, and designing for ideal. So let me talk about the 4 of these things so you can begin to understand how to start to pull all the pieces together across your organization. Charging you with kind of leading, how are you going to help everybody collaborate around the customer? So one way to think about this is aligning organizational traits. And what I mean by that is getting C-level sponsorship. So creating a merged team where you can go to the C-suite and really talk about the power of having not only digital experience, but user experience and customer experience kind of all together. It's common research, testing, and measurement approach. I don't know how many organizations I go into, I've worked in and worked with, where you go in and there's 15 different research approaches going on. Anybody have that? We've got data going on, or maybe persona development, or they're all in different silos, including your data and research. So unifying those things is critically important. Creating standard definitions and standards and sharing those amongst yourselves. So that might be common design principles or common terminology. I mean, simple things like defining what is customer experience to our organization, what is digital experience, how do they work together? Defining that for folks so there's a common language that you're using, because it is confusing as all these new technologies come into play. And then creating cross-functional teams to do that. And I'll give you an example of how we did that at AT&T. Unifying research and design assets, so pulling together your customer journey maps. I tell people a lot of times, they say, oh, we're doing all kinds of customer journey mapping, and I say, well, what does it thread to? It's just like doing a journey map in silos doesn't work. So do you have a common skeleton, if you will, or backbone for how all the journeys thread together, so you have a master journey? And also important is, do you have a future state journey that everybody's targeting and walking to be a North Star? Customer understanding, so this is helping the organization to really bring together all the understanding they have of customers, not just what marketing knows, not just what IT and digital knows, what the web analytics are telling us, what social media is telling us. The job for a customer experience team is to bring all that together so that we're able to see a complete picture. Okay, there's platforms today that do that, but also just the ability for an organization to have all that in one place. So that creating, again, that cross-functional team with a leader who can actually help that data come together to be utilized in a better way. Looking at user stories. So all of your user stories, are they in one catalog or do they live all over the organization? Task models. Is this how things are getting done? Sometimes people call this process. And then analytics and research. So one thing is to have the data, but what about analytics? Where's the research happening? How are those things coming together? So really looking for your activity, rather than it being about an output, is really turning it inward and looking for how are you going to unify things first so you have a good basis or foundation for where you're headed and what you're trying to build. Okay, next it's really telling people stories. So as you've heard in here, and you heard our keynote speaker so aptly talk about the fact that we as human beings have experiences every day. And if we create stories around those, they resonate more importantly. I can't tell you how many times I've gone in with a chart or graph, and it doesn't really tell the story about what's going on. Sure, there are numbers and it shows trends and all of that, but telling a story around that and making it relative to an experience somebody has is very important. And so developing consistent personas. So this might be, you know, as we heard the keynote say, personas don't work. I think they're critically important just to give people the fact that there's customers in the room, right? You need something to kind of talk about. We talk about the customers like it's something objective, but we're all customers every day. So why don't we really talk through some of that? People, not percentages. So it's also important to talk about, you know, 62% of the people do this. It doesn't resonate. So bring those stories to bear. And there's a great online webinar that talks about how to create stories. And we actually taught storytelling at AT&T, so people had that skill set. Bring emotion and impact into it. So if we're talking about things like the stories and talking about the impact of that. So if we say, hey, if we're creating this and somebody gives us a bad social media, not only is it bad social media comment, but also 40,000 people have read that, and we know that those people who read negative comments don't come, which means we lose acquisition. I'm going to talk a little bit about the business value of that, but it's how to create that impact. And then really evolving dynamically, talking about the future story of what we want the customer to experience, how we want them to feel emotionally, how we want them to come to our brand and what that means for them. Just like when we think about a brand, like think about Starbucks or think about Wegmans or Southwest. You have a perceived emotion and thought about what that company's like. That's why design and UX coming together are really important around the people story. And then it's knowing and designing for the ideal. So we see a lot of organizations do journey mapping and they're looking for kind of this break fix, you know, find and fix. But the ones who are very successful actually have a defined what we want that journey to be like. What are we designing toward? How do we want the brand to be perceived in the marketplace? What are we looking to do? Rather than it kind of being about one thing at a time, really orchestrating, again, all of that together to create one story. So getting to your current state is important. So making sure everybody comes together and really defining what's happening, but also moving beyond that break fix, really looking for, yes, we have to fix issues that are out there, but how can we really begin to design better around what's happening and what we need to move toward? Co-creation and ideation, we're seeing a lot more of customers being involved here. So that's another activity that customer experience teams help support, is to bring customers in, not only to co-create and design, but also talk about your journey map. Like, yeah, that you think that's what's happening, and that's not what I'm thinking at this point. And that might not be a pain point. This one over here is really where the issue is, right? So always bringing that customer in is critically important. And then talking about innovation and your infrastructure that supports it. Anybody in digital experience, we used to just talk about it being technology transformation, right? It's really about the information and the way we're enabling the organization to come to life for that experience, so that we're touching the customers in a different way than we do today. So how do you build the partnership? So I think a good approach is to really talk about a cohesive strategy that talks about the entire experience. So one thing that I also hear a lot is, I ask people what their customer strategy is. Anybody in here have a customer strategy? Okay. You have a succession strategy, you have a go-to-market strategy, you have a marketing strategy. What's the customer strategy? So we often say, if you want to create a cohesive experience, then you need a customer strategy. What do we want the customers to experience? How are we going to deliver that? But it takes an entire layer. So I'm kind of breaking this down and saying, not only is it the architecture and microservices and the digital building blocks we put in place, the user experience layer, but then we really need to look at the customer journey and how all those things are coming together to provide the experiences all along that life cycle. So breaking that down, but also bringing all those pieces together so we can talk about it holistically rather than in our silos or in a layer, one layer this way, that aren't stitched together. It's kind of like a Rubik's Cube. So we use journey mapping or experience mapping from both the customer and employee's perspectives, and these are just some of the ways that we've looked at it. You can look at journey mapping. A lot of people just do it as, here's what the customer's doing, and then they kind of figure out what needs to happen to support that. We really dig into customer journeys. We put a lot of lenses on it, if you will, to make sure that we're talking about all the things that are impacting the experience. And the reason that we bring employees in is because they're the closest to the customer. They can tell you what is enabling them to do their work. So for example, at one company I worked with, the call center agents had to open 32 applications to get their job done. Yeah, probably not going to provide a really good experience for the customer because it takes a lot of time. And as our keynote speaker said, time is now the greatest resource that we have, and how we protect for that in the experience. Also creating the structure. So a lot of people say, well, you've got to create, a governance structure and accountability structure and align the organization. That just doesn't happen. There's a couple things I'll share with you today. This is one of them, about really creating these overarching councils. So if you think about really trying to orchestrate the organization, a lot of chief customer officers will create this cross-functional governance team or alignment team that's talking and bringing all those people to the table and talking about the customer journey. And the great thing about being in this profession is that it's not our agenda, right? We're agnostic to it. We're Switzerland. All we're talking about is how are we all serving the customer together. So just bringing the people together to have that conversation is important. And then creating different levels in the organization too. This is just one example of having an operations council and having an advocate network or champions kind of out in the organization helping you to define what it is and making decisions around the customer. It's also too about how you prioritize all the activities happening in your organization, right? Sometimes they're in conflict with each other, sometimes you're duplicating effort, so it also helps to collapse and optimize what you're doing in an organization. This is a different way of working, right? And this isn't how the company is run, but at least it gives you the opportunity and platform to talk about the customer in a cohesive way. We also, at AT&T, created we said, okay, we want to put some more structure around how we work together. So we actually required, as people were coming together around a project, they had to have a cross-team project charter. They must include somebody from all parts of the organization as they launched a project so that everybody was aware and they were working together. We used journey mapping, we used design principles, we taught insights and innovation techniques, all to bring them together. And guess what? After a while, we didn't need to have the charter anymore. People began to do it naturally. So sometimes you have to give people a little bit of structure around it so that they begin to work together naturally. And just seeing them work together and their eyes kind of opening about, oh yeah, I didn't think about that, and I didn't think about this digital experience. What happens if they can't find the right content? They call the call center. What do we do about the call center experience? So working together a lot of times will reveal opportunity upstream and downstream that you hadn't thought about. So experience mapping can actually help align the organization. So one thing that we often see too is that companies have so many projects going on, it's hard to get your hands around it. So we actually do kind of a project audit, go to our PMO and talk through it and look at that lens and say, how can we bring all these things together? How can we prioritize them around what the customer's looking for? How do we know where the dependencies are? So a lot of times when you do digital or technology transformation, you have dependencies on a lot of other things, right? Seeing all those in one place is really important. So again, we're kind of back to how do you create an organization that can look holistically at what's happening across the organization. So we also created stories and space for enterprise cohesion. In other words, we created rooms where you could actually see in real stories, kind of like the Disney storyboards that are done for movies, right? You could actually see the customer experience. And it just gave us a place and a way to work around the customer and have those discussions, kind of an ongoing way to also make it come to life. So it was interesting to watch as executives would come into the room and kind of look at what the customer was experiencing, where they gravitated toward, and asking more questions and really getting more engaged. That's one way to build good customer thinking, because you're looking for people to think more about the customer and then act around the customer. So just a technique we use to bring that to bear by using storytelling. Airbnb also uses this technique of customer co-creation and these hands-on storyboards and working. So that's why UX with their design approach can really be helpful, because they can help you bring this to life. So it's one other way that we work very closely with them to design and bring all of the information about the customer as sure to look like. So let me talk a little bit about human-centered design thinking right quick. Everyone designs, whether you're writing a script or you're evaluating a metric or you're doing digital transformation, everybody designs, right? So why wouldn't we have people own it? So we really began to define, and we help organizations define what customer thinking, what skills they need, and what competencies they need. And I'm happy to send you an example of some of the things that represent this, because it's a good way for people to really say, well, if we want the organization to be customer-centric, what skills and thinking do we need them to have? That's why we taught human-centered design thinking in a lot of organizations. And we talk a lot about just educating people about how they feel differently about it, whether it's creating videos or stories about what's happening and how their role and how they can make an emotional connection with customers, or teaching them kind of how to think differently about it. Like just teaching the approach of journey mapping for several organizations has really helped people just think end to end. They do journey mapping that has nothing to do with their organization. They just get the idea that, oh my goodness, I didn't know emotions were so critical, and I didn't know there were so many things upstream and downstream. And then of course creating kind of these standards and tools that people can use, because they're like, I want to be customer centric, but I don't know exactly what to go do. So helping them to do that. And I'm happy to share examples with you if you want to see me after the presentation. So these are just some of the things that we use to teach in the organization. So these were skills and competencies workshops that we did. The panel up here was talking about insights from data. We actually taught insight techniques, how to get people to take data and not just do the knee-jerk reaction of, oh, I know what's happening there and why there's a problem, but really digging into what was going on and getting to the right problem to solve. Okay, there's two things there. So that's just an example of some of the things that we taught. An example here is paper prototyping. So we borrow, design techniques, and we teach people. This is a workshop that we did with the front line, the call center reps and the salespeople that were out there, getting them involved in how to think through the customer experience from the very beginning to what gets delivered, right? Making them a part of that entire process. And we actually had a call center agent who came up with a great app in one of the companies that actually got implemented, and we built a recognition program around that for people who were wanting to contribute and did contribute to the events. We also use design thinking techniques to help prioritize. This is the bullseye diagram that you can actually help prioritize projects. Everybody's in the room and you're kind of moving things from the bullseye or out, things that are not quite as important. It's a physical activity that gets people really to think about how things are fitting together. Right? It's called bullseye diagramming. And so we found that a partnership with UX and the digital team really helped us all to take a more proactive and impactful approach. Rather than getting to the point where we were finding and fixing problems and then moving kind of to root cause, we'd go define what they were, which was better. We really found that putting design at the beginning was a much more impactful way to kind of prevent, if you will, and be proactive about designing the experience beforehand. And we found that that really helped to create better end-to-end solutions across the entire enterprise. So it's a good way to get everybody on board, not just design teams, but everybody on board with what they're doing. So what are the benefits? Why should we bring these things together? Let me run you through just some really quick pieces. You're going to get these slides afterwards, so don't worry about taking down all the notes. When you talk about measures and metrics and business value, they're really three different things. So what I want you to think about with metrics is, what can you count? Things that you can actually see and touch and recognize, like time on call or number of clicks or length of stay. Metrics like Net Promoter Score, word of mouth scores, brand index, those are outcomes of probably usually several touch points. And then business value is really what you're talking about when you talk about, if we're really to change the customer experience, what's the business and customer value behind it? Cost to serve, retention, the things your executives are talking about that they want to hear. So people oftentimes try to link Net Promoter Score to business outcome, and you can do that, but it's much easier to go back to saying, what am I actually going to measure, and how is that going to impact the business? So you can build the case around the value of customer experience. Let me give you an example of that. Sorry. Whoops. Not the blank stare. This is an example of some statistics that you may have read. I'll give you a chance to just look at those for a second. What we see missing from this is the ability, it says, yeah, those are pretty impactful, right? And you would think that people would want to go do something about that. But what we don't see that executives want to hear, and why they get behind customer experience and why it becomes so impactful to organizations, is they don't tie dollars to it. They don't really say, for our organization, 11% of customer churn equals X dollars. And I can help reduce that number. That's how you get support from executives to build more of this cohesive customer experience team and projects that are more end-to-end, by helping them understand the benefit of all of this. But ironically, only about 1% of organizations actually can do this. They actually look at the value of customer engagement. So what's missing and why is it missing? Here's an example of how we helped we help organizations to do that. This is an example from an auto manufacturer. So many of you use Net Promoter Score, right? In your business, some of you do. Net Promoter Score is how likely are you to recommend our company to a friend or family, and why, right? A scale of 1 to 10. When companies move Net Promoter Score and they're looking at how they move the score, that doesn't really say anything about the financial impact, both to the customer and the business. So the way to convert that is to think about measures and really think about, if you're saying, hey, for problem resolution at the bottom, we're actually going to reduce calls to the call center and reduce cost to serve and reduce defection, which equals dollars. So that's how we begin to build the business case for us around customer experience, but also for the customer. As we talked in the panel and our keynote talked about, it's really about what value we're creating for the customer, saving them time, saving them effort, saving them stress, right? Which leads to things like we talk about all the time in our own heads about what we want brands to be, right? We want them to be empowering and flexible, one-stop shop. We want it to be easy and simple and personal and contextual. The question here is, do you actually measure any of these things? Do you actually have a way in your organization to know if you're delivering this experience? So that's why customer experience teams really help to dig in and define ways to identify what's happening and the impact of not being these things that we all as consumers know we expect. So a way to think about that is, think about what you value. Think about that voice in your head, and I know you all have it, about what's it mean to me and what's the impact to me. So we see a lot of the dashboards of the future, if we will, the metrics that we're seeing come out of it and the measures tied to it really converting from just Net Promoter Score to things like Trust Index, a Personalization Index, Simplicity Index. We're seeing more and more organizations that are looking for, how do I really know what I'm doing for the customer? Not just about my revenue and cost, but how am I impacting the customer's life? So aligning digital CX teams and UX teams can improve overall experience and really gain significant advantage. We've seen some things like infrastructure cost. When we get the digital experience team and we look holistically across the journey, we actually see that if you've got 236 systems and we can collapse those into maybe even 20, right, that it's more beneficial and there's a cost savings for the organization. We saw improvement in product adoption when we design better. We saw issues reduced downstream, less calls to the call center as we design and really think about the end-to-end experience. So let me give you a quick summary. If any of you are interested more in customer experience, really we're just Sherpas for the organization. We really help to build that collaboration and pull those business units together, more change agents really than anything, with some very tactical things. We help bring emotion and needs to the experience creation. So remember the purse example, we bring that to bear and talk about we as consumers and what we're looking for in our lives, not just the functional, I need to get a cup of coffee, but what's it like to walk into Starbucks and smell and see and feel like you're part of the community, your neighborhood store, right? Bring those to life. And really invigorating the art of the possible, thinking about what's that future look like, what do we want the brand to be, really creating that vision, not just, hey, we want to be there for our customers and provide a better experience. What exactly does that look like? Bringing the customer story to life, really bringing that in and talking about in human terms what it means to be a customer of your brand. Helping to orchestrate, I use that word a lot because that's really what we do, is help connect the dots in an organization. Building that cohesive customer journey, really thinking about how all the business units are contributing and helping them come together around that journey as it gets built. We also help model alignment and collaboration by working very closely as a digital UX and CX team. We show that, hey, if you pull these things together, it's much more powerful and what it can do for the organization. And then helping to tell the business and customer value story, right? What is a negative word of mouth worth to us in revenue? How much are we driving customers away by a particular one experience out of many that we didn't even know we were providing in that experience. And then really creating a strategy for collaboration. If you go and look up collaboration maturity model, you'll actually see there's a way to look at your organization and see how collaborative you are, which is, I think, in addition to executive support, one of the most critical things you can do for your organization to move it forward. So UX teams and DX teams and CX teams working together, these are just some of the things that we've seen gained through working together in a better way, kind of meshing those gears, if you will. And then 3 key takeaways. Adopting organizational changes to help maximize this synergy is really talked about cultural and functional benefits to the organization and to the customer, aligning your silos, and then strong value creation for both customers and then, of course, the organization. Happy to help. If you have any questions, I'm happy to talk to anybody about the approach and answer any questions for you.
Diane, thank you so much. This was great.
Thank you.
Let me bring up our next guest, Forrester analyst Mark Grannon. If you were here last year, Mark was one of our speakers and had such great response that we asked him to come back again. Mark can tell you pretty much everything about digital experience, but one of the things he likes to say is that you shouldn't stick to assumptions, and that DX is multifaceted, and that there's no one-size-fits-all for all organizations. So with that, Mark.
Thank you. And it's good to be back in Chicago, especially since the Cubs did win. I'm dressed in mourning for last week's events, but I wish I had also brought my Cubs hat as well, just to punctuate that there are some bright spots here in 2016. I think one of the best pieces of my job for the past 4 years has been all around the evolution of DX. And DX, for me, has been the forest. It is how I view the world. And we've built plenty of research to back that up. But within that forest, there are specific trees, likely Web CMS, probably the moniker that we're all thinking of, given this is a CMSWire event. But there are a couple of more that when we start to think about making specific technology decisions, we have to have some sort of framework to guide them. And that's what I want to talk about here today. How you can apply a framework to your overall digital experience strategy within a few key pillars in that forest. But first, I want to talk about me. I grew up about 3 hours south of where we are right now, the intersection of cornfields and suburbia, quite honestly. I couldn't have been further away from a major body of water if I tried, I think. Maybe slightly more in Kansas. But in general, the whole notion of something like sailing, living on the ocean, was completely foreign to me. So you know what I did? When I went to college, I took the advantage of a program called Semester at Sea. Semester at Sea, for those of you who know it, is basically a floating university. You visit 10 ports in 100 days, and it's a fast-paced, furious way to circumnavigate the globe. I took this photo when I was departing the ship in Seattle after those glorious 100 days, and I realized, wow, this really changed my worldview. I'm open to new possibilities around what the ocean means, what living aboard a boat means, what maybe sailing could mean. But then I, as we normally do, finish these types of vacation-type exercises, we go back to our normal life. But luckily, enough of that stayed with me that as I moved forward to the next evolution, piece of maturity within my life, I had the amazing opportunity to, as millennials do, use their relatives to park their stuff or themselves in the basement. So I took my stuff and I stored it with my aunt, and I said, I'm going to Newport, Rhode Island. And I parked myself on the right bar stool in the right bar, and I talked my way into working as a deckhand and then a mate on private yachts. It was a pretty big leap, and honestly, I didn't know what I didn't know, which was invigorating but also a little bit scary. But after that year, I found myself working on this exact boat. It's a 96-foot sloop, and I was off the coast of Vancouver Island. And it was a pretty phenomenal year. I had moved up what I would consider to be that maturity evolution of my approach towards the ocean. Coming from my heralds of the cornfields in suburbia, this is a pretty big step. But unfortunately, it ended up being, yet again, a bit of a distraction from what I considered real life. So many of us who are within a project around DX might empathize that you tend to finish the project and things go back to the way they were. So luckily, I live in Boston now, and there is a community boating program, many different facilities. I chose one called Courageous Sailing, and they teach underprivileged youth of Boston and also adults how to sail. So I got to relearn sailing at the fundamental level of small boat sailing in Boston Harbor. And in that way, I was really marrying two parts of my life. This wasn't something I could just walk away from. This was a nights and weekends. This was becoming part of my life. And in that way, we're moving up this maturity spectrum from vacation to project to something that's really embedded in the way we live. And I think that metaphor is very powerful for those of us who are in charge of digital experience organizations, initiatives, those of us who sell DX solutions, those of us who facilitate the implementation of those solutions. And I'll get to how that works in a minute, but in the Steve Jobs-esque mode of thinking, one more thing around sailing. And for those of you who aren't sailors, take this with a grain of salt. It takes a long time to kind of wrap your head around. For those of you who are sailors, you'll probably roll your eyes. But the idea is that sailing is unique insofar as we have cars, we have trains, we have buses, we have motorboats. We can go exactly where we mean to go. But sailing is unique because you have to harness the power of an external force, the wind, to get where you need to be. But ironically, you can't point directly at where you want to go. And you can get into some technical sailing terms, but the point is, by pointing away from the wind, about 45 degrees off the wind, sailing as close as you can, and then tacking, which is pointing the nose or the bow of the boat through the wind, turning 90 degrees, you can sail back and forth. And this is working your way upwind. It's a metaphor that I think is going to help us understand how we need to embrace forces that are outside our control, namely customer expectations. We have to harness customers' expectations with a balance of two specific forces, which we'll get to in just a minute. So I won't belabor the next slide because I think we've been hearing quite a bit about this today in our personal lives and everything we read, putting the customer at the center of how we're organized and how we execute. But I think what might bear repeating is the notion of all the customer's moments. And sometimes we own those, sometimes we borrow them, sometimes we buy them. This can be advertising, this can be social, this can be on our website. Occasionally we'll even use customer contact center reps, we'll use in-store associates. We'll have all of these moments that aren't stitched together. And we've been talking about siloed data, siloed technology, siloed processes. But I don't know if we've put ourselves in the shoes of the customer whereby, hey, what if the customer falls through the gap in this key product moment? You sold them, you have a service and support mechanism to help them after the fact, but there wasn't anybody there to handle the onboarding. So some of the tech vendors in the room might say, hey, we've got partners to handle that implementation process, but how well executed is that handoff? So all of this is to say, there's varying degrees of success as we move towards this notion of customer centricity, customer obsession, if you will. And we're not all the same. Many of us, to use the analogy that I used earlier, grew up in the middle of nowhere, far from a body of water. The notion of customer centricity, or sailing in this instance, is really far outside of our worldview. So how do we give ourselves rational, pragmatic goals as we want to move towards that notion of customer centricity, where it's part of our baked-in lifestyle, our DNA as an organization? Well, luckily, Forrester has done the heavy lifting here. Forrester and many others in the industry, Diane among them, have built the frameworks you need to help measure yourself against that maturity curve. And one key way is called customer experience itself. We just mentioned Net Promoter. Another one is Forrester's Customer Experience Index. It gives you a raw benchmark in terms of how your customers and prospects view you against your competition within your industry, and allow you to track your progress over time. But what about the digital side of that? What about those of us in this room who have to make technology decisions, and the notion of Customer Experience Index feels a little bit abstract? Well, I think we have a solution, or at least the beginnings of one. And we call it digital business transformation. And it's a maturity model that allows us to look at these various stages, all the way up from the differentiators who we all idolize, the Ubers, the Netflixes of the world, and say, oh my God, how are you so customer obsessed? All the way down to the skeptics, those B2B manufacturers who sell fiberglass grating and couldn't give a you know what about brand. And everyone in between, right? So we have this maturity model, and it allows us to look at characteristic behaviors. You can self-identify as to how your company behaves today and where you'd like to be vis-a-vis the competition. And then you can tie that to a strategy. It can help you paint the picture of what that roadmap might look like. And lastly, it wouldn't be a benchmark if there wasn't a score attached. This number can be a little bit abstract because there's so many different elements to digital business maturity, but it helps us understand our progression, our move up this maturity curve. And it also helps us understand what the industry looks like. So the industry, quite honestly, today, and this is data from our last year's survey, the landscape of adopters and collaborators make up the fat middle of this bell curve. And this allows us to understand, okay, I don't feel as bad that I'm not a differentiator. I don't need to be an Uber. I don't need to be comparing myself to an Airbnb. I can learn from what they do, and I can help that inform my next decision, my next investment. And when we do that, I think it allows us to make some pretty key choices around that third tier. That third tier is where, really honestly, I like to focus my efforts, because I don't want to say you need to be an Uber. I don't want to say that you're going to be that plastics manufacturer. It's somewhere right in the middle where you started to embrace digital as a change agent. You started to embrace customer centricity. but you don't really know what the next steps are. So that third tier, moving from the second to the third typically, is breaking out of role structures, doing exactly what Diane mentioned about cross-role collaboration, but building the systems, the processes, the technologies that actually support that collaboration. And it breaks down to two very high-level buckets. The customer experience, the physical front end, for those of you who are developers, it's the glass, right? And that could be on any different touch point. That could be a physical interaction too with an in-store associate if you happen to be in retail. But it's also the operational excellence. So for those of you who are in insurance, for example, you might know that there's not a whole lot of meat out front, right? You're not going to advertise your rates. But when they do, there's a loan origination process. There's a whole lot of stuff going on in the back end. And the faster you can do that, the more contextually you can do that, actually will improve the customer experience. So even though it's not a customer touch point, that operational excellence will it will actually take in insights and fuel new products and offerings. So if we were to frame this against our maturity curve, so we have maturity, we have what we know to be the two elements of digital maturity, so the customer and the operations. Let's make those two things work together. So back to my sailing analogy, and this is why I spent some time laying it out, so I'm glad you bared with me on that, is that when you have customer experience in the bottom axis, you have operational excellence on the vertical axis, and you want to move towards getting to be a digital differentiator, right? You want to move up this maturity curve. Well, chances are you are facing customer pressure. There's what I would consider a headwind. And if you can't point directly at it, what do? We take a lesson from sailing. We use a combination of innovation for customer experience, so personalizing those experiences. I know that's been a huge priority for a lot of us in the past, I'd say 18 to 24 months. We want to personalize. What? We don't know how, we have no clue. Mobile enable our site. Okay, we probably got there with responsive, but how do we take that further? How do we give them push notifications? How do we give an app-like experience? And then also on the operational excellence side, I think a number of folks have already mentioned customer call center offload, because God knows if we have to pick up the 800 number, we've already failed. That customer's already mad. And then improving those costs of service, automating those processes behind the scenes. Doing both those, or doing either of those, is not enough. You have to do a combination of both. And here's where the tacking analogy comes, right? Innovate, automate. Innovate, automate. And eventually, we'll start to get to the point where we can actually do what some of Diane and the others have been advocating for, which is rethinking our success metrics. If those in marketing actually shared the same success metrics as those in commerce or service, I mean, how much easier would these conversations be around rallying around the next investment? And I don't mean metrics as in yay, high five metrics. I mean like real, we take home our paycheck metrics. So if we think about that balance, and then we start to overlay it with, quite honestly, the most complex box diagram I think you'll see yet today. I don't know if I totally get that. Which is, if you were here last year, this is the DX platform architecture. And if your eyes glazed over, I totally empathize. This notion is the key here is all about modularity. And I won't go a whole lot deeper than that today, but all it is to say is if you're buying siloed packaged applications to solve point needs, you're operating as if it were 2005. The whole idea of extensibility, of integration, of flexibility, of agility has to redefine what you mean by best of breed. And when we take that to the nth degree, you get the DX platform architecture, which is the notion of shared assets, shared data, a shared segmentation and targeting engine that sits across all the functions. And this is very much pie in the sky. This is why I think a lot of us say, hey, you should achieve, you should strive, you should reach for this North Star, but we don't give you the stepping stones to get there. And that's the beauty of the maturity model. It allows us to understand, for those of us in the right industries, the right segments, that there are steps in between. So one way to do that and I'd like to walk through this exercise with you today, is by isolating a few key elements of this platform. So everyone in this room could probably say, hey, we've got an analytics challenge. We don't really understand what our customers are thinking and doing. Hey, we've got a content challenge. We can't publish faster than once a month, and therefore the ideas like personalization are just out the window. We're simply too slow. I want to isolate two areas that have been a big focus for Forrester historically, and I think many of you will agree. It's the notion of content and commerce. And this has been, probably going back 5 or 6 years, we've built a practice around helping our customers decide how to prioritize investments and how to align these two investments to best support their organizational and their customer experience needs. And luckily, I had a great foundation for this. So my colleagues had written this research, they'd done great things, and I got a chance this year to take a hard look at what content and commerce would mean in a DX-centric world. And I came out with 7 patterns. And you're thinking, oh my God, 7, that's as many digits as my phone number. I'll try to make it simple, and we'll go through them pretty quickly, but at the end, I promise you there's a way to rationalize those against the notion of maturity and against what's suitable for your organization. So the next 7 slides, bear with me, they can be an eye chart, but they're in a piece of research published 1 week ago. So feel free to check that out as well. First one, e-commerce by itself. Can we drive our web and mobile and digital experiences with simply an e-commerce solution? Some of the vendors in the room who sell e-commerce would say yes. Some of the implementers who have practices around e-commerce might say yes, but they'd say, and we also want to help you integrate it into everything else. But the core model here is e-commerce can solve many DX needs if you're in possibly that B2B manufacturing vertical. If your organization has a massive product catalog whereby the complexity of the product is much more paramount than the brand. The next one is Web CMS Solo. There's quite a few Web CMS vendors here in the audience here today sponsoring. Thank you for sponsoring the event. But can they run your digital experience efforts solo, or at least the web front end? Many of them would say yes. Many can, if you're in a B2C brand-centric scenario. If the story, if the tribe, if you will, is paramount over transactional, functional experiences, then there's a good chance Web CMS is going to be the right pick for you. Now, what about smushing these two things together? You can own the web marketing stuff, and I'll own the web commerce stuff. And the site will simply transition at the right moment magically. And we've seen this for years. And I'm kind of pointing probably proverbially at the implementers here who've built practices. We've got a commerce practice, and we've got a content practice. And we're just going to bolt those together based on the customer's needs. Well, quite honestly, that's a solution looking for a problem, not the other way around. We're seeing decreased relevance for this pattern because it's simply so complex and so costly. Now, there are going to be organizations who, let's just say you have very disparate, complex needs in terms of global operations. We can sell direct here, we can't sell direct there. We can do this in this country, but we can't do that over here. Those scenarios might still demand something this complex, but the complexity will slow you down. That is the big warning here. So the next is a little bit of a twist on this side-by-side model. It's all about making Web CMS the leader and sliding commerce underneath. You basically slice the presentation layer, all of the personalization controls, a lot of the content, delivery, a lot of the targeting, a lot of the search. You slice that off the top, you park it on the shelf, and consider it a sunk cost. And then the Web CMS can pull through the appropriate transactional content, appropriate product content. And that gives you, honestly, a more streamlined operation. There's little risk to your brand from inconsistency across the site or across multiple sites. So this is an improvement, honestly, over side by side, but it's an expensive one. And then conversely, what about commerce supported by content? What if we are that B2B manufacturer, but we decide, hey, actually, what we need to support is some stories, brand stories, to get our customers engaged. It doesn't need to be product-centric content. It needs to be customer content. Let's just say you made tomato sauce. Well, what about recipes with tomato sauce in it? The commerce engine is not going to be the best to handle that. So it's possible that you would support that use case by putting a content engine, so CMS, maybe DAM, underneath and pull that rich media, pull that story, pull that localized content through to the presentation. So this makes a lot of sense in traditional commerce scenarios that are trying to evolve to be more brand-centric. But again, expensive and potentially complex. So where does it go from here? This is pretty tried and true. I don't think I'm telling you anything you don't already know in terms of the permutations. But what about expanding the possibilities? What about looking at something net new? What about layering on top? And we all know about a personalization engine who might just do some JavaScript injection at runtime. And it's basically a mini CMS sitting on top of your CMS. And so that's possible. But what about modernizing legacy infrastructure? What about taking your old banking application that, quite honestly, you could never move because it was coded by hand with 2 million lines of code in 1998? And what if you injected a new UI and search and personalization function through that engine, and it stays in place on-prem? And that allows you to meet your compliance. It allows you to update the brand. It gives your customers self-service. Unfortunately, it doesn't save you on the initial or the existing legacy cost, right? You still have to manage that legacy application, but you still get some top-line benefits. So this is a newer permutation that we're starting to see in highly regulated industries or highly complex industries, whereby the existing or underlying back-end services aren't going anywhere. They've been on mainframe for 20 years, and they're going to stay on mainframe because the cost to change is simply too high. And then the last one, headless. Headless, and I'm sure a lot of us have heard a lot about APIs in the last couple of years, but this is where instead of chopping off the presentation layer from either commerce or content and parking it on the shelf, there is no presentation layer. There is no conflict of where do we manage the segmentation rules and the presentation logic and the campaign. That doesn't exist. So by bolting that underneath your existing infrastructure, be it web CMS or e-commerce, you get a much cleaner implementation. The problem and the risk here is, quite honestly, it's a newer paradigm. Your implementation partners might not quite understand how to do this. The tech vendors themselves might be a little bit less of a household name within your organization. So getting someone to take a risk on this is maybe a little bit challenging today. So we have 7 patterns. I won't belabor those anymore, but as promised, we need a way to take those 7 patterns and match it to our maturity curve. All right, go. Just kidding. What it would look like is taking what we already know around the balanced approach of customer experience and operational excellence. We'd overlay our maturity curve. So here are the bands for differentiators, collaborators, what else? The A one I've forgotten right now, and skeptics. So right now we know that those 2 models work together. And if we start to look at, okay, what are 5 traditional patterns? They were commerce. So yeah, good on operational excellence, not so great on customer experience, but that's okay if I'm selling fiberglass grating or what have you. What about solo web CMS? Great for brand if I don't need transaction, if that's all going to happen on the back end anyways because the loan origination process is somewhere else. Good on us. And then we have the 2 side by side, relevant for really, really big organizations with complex needs. Although we do see this pattern starting to fade. And all of those, quite honestly, you're not very high up the maturity curve. you'll probably look to external systems, external services to move the needle in either direction. So think of the solo commerce. I need to actually enable my customers to find what they need to find in terms of technical documentation. It's not necessarily a web CMS exercise. That's just search. So I can improve customer experience without all the brand and the storytelling. There's other ways to move the needle for that organization. And similarly, I think we can look to these new patterns whereby we subjugate one under the other. So web CMS supported by e-commerce and e-commerce supported by CMS as probably the logical solution for that T3 pattern, that's side by side. That needs to evolve so that you can move faster, so that your customers get a consistent experience across channels. And if it evolves, chances are it should evolve into 4 or 5. So really quick here, the last two newish patterns, we're going to move the needle with a DX layer. We're going to modernize legacy transactional systems, and then headless. So depending on where you are today on your maturity curve, think about what's in the next band. Not what's all the way at top right. I don't need to go to a fully decoupled microservice architecture tomorrow, but what can move me into the next step? What's that pattern for content and commerce, or analytics, or marketing and service? This can be done with any of those pieces of the DX architecture. So hopefully that's a little bit helpful. Just a really quick recap looks like digital maturity, the permutation of the tools, and using evolution in DX to guide those investments. And lastly, I'll leave you with hopefully what's a good notion based on Bryce's intro, is that if we can all take what we've learned this year, look at the opportunities going forward, I think we'll be in a good place. So thank you, and I think I'll hand it back to Noreen.
Thanks. So we have another roundtable for you, and before we break for lunch, and this is so much expertise on this panel, I don't know where to start. We're going to be talking about CX optimization. So let me start by welcoming Steve Trimbo. Steve is the Global Omnichannel Practice Manager at Dynatrace. Steve has 12 years experience in e-commerce and 2 decades in EIM? Come on up, Steve. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
We also have Vab Duveti. Vab is with Director of Digital CX Optimization at Dell. And kind of a watchword for him is simplicity. He thinks that we should approach things with a simple approach, treat our customers simply. Vab, welcome. We also have Mark Flosand. Mark's bringing kind of a global perspective. He got his undergraduate degree in South Africa. He got his graduate degree in the UK, and he's here today with us to talk about search. He's with Coveo.
Thank you.
We also have Steve Cecina. Steve is the Marketing Director at Lions Consulting Group. You can ask Steve about e-commerce, but one other thing, you can ask him about beer, because I think you got to level 15 on Untapped. Okay, so come. Hi, Steve. And we also have Tom Woud. Tom Woud is the Chief Product Officer at, pronounce the name of your company correctly, because I always say it incorrectly. C-Sense. Okay, so it's a new position for Tom. He took over in September, and he describes being a chief product officer as much of an art as a science. And you can also ask him about Eric Church or Guns N' Roses and talk about his playlist.
Right.
Thank you. And our moderator is Dr. Natalie Petahoff, a VP Principal Analyst at Constellation Research. Natalie, I don't know where to start with your resume. She's a top IoT analyst. She's always named on the list of influential women. She's a psychologist by training. Lots of expertise to bring to the panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm really honored today to be part of this panel and to be the moderator with such distinguished people. And it's been interesting in my career that I usually sit in between IT and CX. And so part of what I want to talk about today is this idea that maybe all of this stuff about CX neuroscience actually proves it's not fluff. In 1998, a psychologist and researcher noted people who actually experience seamless, sequential-based activities are happier, and he called it the science of flow. So we can say that our customers are picky or impatient, but response times are actually hardwired into our brains. In Robert Miller's 1968 paper, he found that people are more trusting and more comfortable with a response time of around 2 seconds. So now that you've met my distinguished panel, I would love for them to talk to you about the difference between IT and CX. So for example, oftentimes brands think of designing a customer experience journey, looking at journey mapping, obtaining omni-channel software, and focusing on those different channels. But they're usually in the line of business. They're usually in the line of business. And then there's the other side of the house, the DX folks, who I also love, and they're more interested in focusing on the infrastructure that supports that omni-channel software. And so they're the ones making sure that it doesn't take more than 2 seconds to load an image, or making sure when you hit on the buy button that it actually goes through. So if you guys could talk a little bit about this disconnect between IT and CX, I really think that's where the hole is. Steve, you want to start?
Sure, I will start. So again, I'm Steve from Dynatrace, and I work with a lot of customers in the digital performance management space and helping them get more visibility into what the customers are experiencing and gain those insights that they can then use to make better business outcome decisions. And every customer almost that I work with today, there's still a definite silo between what the IT team is doing and what the business team is expecting they're doing. And while they're both pushing for customer experience improvement, they're doing it in different ways, like Natalie talked about. IT is focused on delivering a good service, making sure things are working well, and the business is focused on perceived delivery of that experience. And those two don't always talk very much.
Excellent. Who else would like to weigh in on this one?
Well, I think I can just
Everybody does, yes. It's a very heated discussion here.
I can just give some perspective of kind of organizational setup at Dell. We've actually taken our customer experience organization and it rolls in as part of IT because we feel pretty strongly that it's not a user experience that's built in silo. It's not a product or an application that's built in silo. So, my research team that is part of customer experience has direct lines to product management, to engineering, to analytics. It's all one, kind of commerce organization that we've set up for that very purpose, right? Because it's very important to not have those kind of competing agendas of, we want to build something that looks a certain way or functions a certain way, but we have to build it in a certain way that, you have response times of 2 seconds or 3 seconds. And so we put all those people together. There's a little bit of conflict when you initially start out, but everyone kind of figures out it's for the best.
Right, and the metrics that they measure are quite different often.
Absolutely, but when we look at those metrics and then we go talk to our business partners about, hey, you're concerned about revenue or conversion, here's the various metrics that we have, here's how we think these performance metrics are impacting the conversion numbers, here's how we think these customer experience numbers are impacting the performance, we can then have a conversation about, what do we prioritize and how do we move forward.
Excellent, thank you.
Maybe just an alternative point on that. For some organizations, the experience is the product. So at Coveo, we do intelligent insights. We're a cloud-based service, and therefore that performance piece is an intrinsic part of the experience piece. Because if we're not getting that 2-second response, we don't have a product. And so I think the more you see organizations with online offerings, the more this confluence of the two has to be, equally weighted. It's not just about having a great online experience. The fact is, if the product doesn't work, that is it. You don't have a company.
Very good.
And I think one of the observations starting my career in development and engineering and making that move to marketing about the same time that Scott Brinker was starting to talk about the rise of the marketing technologists, right about the time Gartner put out the report that the CMO was going to have a larger tech budget than the CIO. Over that transition, having responsibility for marketing and customer experience and being able to bring people from an attraction to an engagement to an actual onboarded customer, having that technology background made me realize that these really are coming together, that it's no longer a matter of IT trying to support things and marketing or customer experience trying to engage the customers. You really need to have that experience and that grounding in both to be able to effectively manage a program. Whether that's specialization within the organization or whether it's a single role, a chief marketing technologist per se, it's evolving, but I think the two functions need to be much more closely tied together than they've been in the past.
And as a solution provider, we spend a bunch of time making sure that prospects are going to buy the solution successfully, even if they don't choose us. Because you have to have at each step of the process a strong dialogue with both sides of the house, right? You can't, if you miss one or the other, generally speaking, it will come back to bite you and end with an unsuccessful outcome. So there's no getting around it. You have to have robust discussions with both sides.
So it sounds like organizational change management is a big piece of, like we haven't, like there's the technology and there's the experience, but org change is actually really important as well. Would anybody like to weigh in on that?
Yeah, that's certainly a fair comment. And how to help reinforce those organizational changes. I look at, for example, walking through our engineering team, they've got dashboards up that are about the experience as well as the uptime of the service, because those things are co-joined. And so giving that feedback loop is a crucial part of people knowing what they're delivering on.
And we had that experience in-house. We just went through a rethinking of our lead to revenue lifecycle, being able to manage people within our database, the experience they have from the time they enter our knowledge, a known lead per se, all the way through that sales process. And while it's difficult to leverage all of our technology tools to keep track of the information we have, the data, the insights on that person, as they migrate through our various systems, visiting our website, engaging with our emails, external buying signals that they may display, it's even harder to get an entire sales organization, the marketing organization, and everybody engaged in that process to rethink how we deal with people and how we create an experience for them. We used to be an environment where we might go to a trade show, we might buy a list, we some way identify these people, and we never really thought about the process of how somebody that might be interested in our products or services is working their way through the system, and getting people on board. That change management has been a big piece of what we're trying to accomplish.
And from earlier in my career, when I was at Best Buy, my team was responsible for typical IT operations functions, but I actually reported into the VP of merchandising. So I actually was in the business organization, and because of that, it was a wonderful experience for me, because I really began to understand what the business was thinking and how they were trying to achieve their goals. And understanding that from the IT perspective, then I could understand how I could present them information that helped them understand if they're really getting the value they thought out of various initiatives.
Anybody else want to weigh in on that one? No? Okay, so how are you guys using data to personalize the customer experience?
I mean, I think in our case, the new challenge, which we just heard from Forrester even on, is this idea of fusing different sets of data to impact the customer experience, and that's now become something you just have to do. You have to collect data in real time. What's happening right now with the experience, and what can I discern about this user from past behavior or from other data sets I have, perhaps CRM and those kinds of things. So fusing that together so that you can use that as a building block to build rules and experiences around is sort of it's just mission critical now in terms of delivering that personalized experience. It starts with the data.
And there's certainly think of it as maybe an explicit and an implicit set of information. There's that which people have explicitly given you permission to use, like my name and email and phone number and all that good stuff. And I like cats, whatever it is.
All the buttons we hit allow.
Exactly, right. And then the implicit information that you can glean as a marketeer based on those journeys and the usage across these disparate systems that helps go into providing, a more subtle experience. If someone has looked at certain areas of the content, you can implicitly assume they've got an interest in it and therefore respond to that. And I think it behooves us as communicators to our customers to use both those data sets, merge them, marry them, and again, avoid being creepy with it, but use them both.
There is a line between big brother creepiness and knowing a lot about your customer and giving them what they want. So that's an interesting line. Did you?
No, I was just going to say, I think the concept that Mark mentioned of being subtle, right, about how you present that personalized experience is very important, right? From Dell's perspective, we have such a large catalog of products and content and every single option that you can imagine. And so it can be very overwhelming if someone comes to the site and has to kind of fend for themselves, right? And so part of what we have to do is provide a personalized experience, because otherwise it might almost be impossible for you to figure out which path you want to go down, right? And it's not just about recommending a product or a piece of content. Sometimes it's recommending a path as well, right? Based on your previous interaction, we think, we're going to bring this path right back up to the homepage because we think you just want to continue down here, right? And I think that is all in the kind of mold of keeping it simple for the customer, being subtle about what you're doing and not crossing that line of being creepy, right?
I'll jump on that concept of change management from the last question. Yeah, when we first put our marketing automation tool in place and made that information visible to our sales teams, we really had to train them on not making that follow-up call and directing specifically to, oh, I see you just looked at a page on this product on our website 5 minutes after they did so, even though that information was now visible to them. It's that matter of giving them that education, that training, that you have a lot of power with this information at your disposal, but you can't share it in a way that's going to creep people out and make them think that that we're spying on them as they're visiting the website. And that's becoming increasingly important as we start to layer on tools like predictive analytics and predictive marketing that's giving us even more insights, and not insights that are shared explicitly by the customer either through their behavior or through filling out a form, but because we have these third-party tools that are doing external buying intent analysis and coming in and telling us these type of customers are statistically like people you've successfully done business with before, and they've displayed some third-party buying signal. They might have registered for one of our competitors' webinars, or they might have posted a job on their website for somebody that's has the skills in a service area that you are looking to provide. So there's all of this information that's available that these tools are starting to bring in and make available to make recommendations on who we should deal with, and training those salespeople, training the business development staff and the sales development reps so that they know how to use that and leverage it appropriately is a really important element of bringing these tools to the forefront.
Yeah, there's I guess a sensitivity as well for the customers that you're engaging with. One of the things we find that our teams have access to is little things like enabling your salespeople to see that journey. For some customers, depending on their own level of digital maturity, they're okay with those conversations. Example, I see you've watched 3/4 of this video, therefore I'm not going to kind of repeat it. Let's carry the conversation on. For some people, that's entirely okay. For others, that is super frightening. And how do you get that blend right of what you do know about an individual and choose to use versus not?
Steve?
I would just add to that, so one of the things we work with our customers on, because we see them adding predictive analytics, personalization, all those great features that provides a better customer experience. A lot of times we ask, how is it performing for you? Are you getting the value from that third-party service? Because it's obviously built into a return on investment. And so we help them understand that they are getting the value and the expectations are being met, and it is providing a better customer expectation, which is some important data points to understand.
I was working with a customer and they were launching a new launch, and they knew that they were going to get a lot of hits to their website, so they turned off certain things because they knew that those things, even though they would give them great customer data, they would also slow down. So what do you guys think about that? It sounds like there's a lot more data that we can use that's at our fingertips, but are we actually using the customer feedback data, and are we using all the data about our customers that's out there?
I think you have to make some decisions. Maybe you can do true one-to-one personalization, but should you? I mean, Mark and I were talking about the way this room is even laid out, right? So it's kind of unusual. You have 3 different types of seating in this room. So think of those as sort of segments, right? And people have self-selected into these. So maybe that's enough choice. You weren't met at the door and asked if you wanted a red chair or an upholstered chair, even if that was even theoretically possible. So sometimes it's kind of segment-based personalization's okay. Sometimes it's true one-to-one, and I think you have to make some decisions about what's going to cost to do the different approaches there to get the outcome you're looking for.
Right. I mean, we've been talking about mass personalization, one-to-one customer experiences for years. We're finally here, but are we actually doing it?
Well, some people are. I'd say we're pretty early in the process. The point about the data gathering, though, just to come back to that for a second, I would strongly encourage scaling up to gather the data, even if you don't use it, because I would hate to be in a position in my current role in 3 years' time and discover, like serendipitously, that there's some high-performing segment that happens to, let's make it up, happen to have been individuals that registered as the first 1 million people with a LinkedIn account who did this and that and the other, and I realized they're a hot performing segment. If I wasn't able to go back into my data and retrieve that data set, but only kind of gather that moving forward, I've lost what could have been a really, really high-performing segment. So, gather the data even if you don't use it. Don't impinge on the experience, clearly, but you never know when it's going to come in handy. And because of the volume of data science, and we'll probably get onto topics like machine learning and so on, because of the volume of data science that exists, this is the raw material of how we're going to shape these experiences in the future.
I think to the point of one-to-one versus kind of segmenting personalization, right? I think the seat example is actually really good, right? People kind of self-selecting into the type of seat they want. But I as a personal, as a customer, right, I always feel pretty comfortable with this segmented personalization of you viewed this and people who viewed this ultimately bought that, right? I think that very
so a recommendation.
It's reinforcing, right? It provides a certain level of comfort in making a decision. I think you have the ability to do one-to-one personalization, but even that one-to-one personalization is still based on some sort of wisdom of the crowd, right? I mean, at its core, even one-to-one personalization is that. And so we've had a lot of internal discussions about, well, how do we get to the point where we are probably on just, putting foot on that creepy line, right? Where it's a little bit too much and just take half a step back. But I don't know that there's a whole lot of value in that, because I think people generally like to feel like they're kind of with the crowd, right? I mean, outside of the lone wolf, everyone wants to have that reinforcement of, yes, I'm making the right decision of watching this video on Netflix or buying this product on Dell or Amazon, wherever it may be.
There's a sense of, is it relevant? And if that information is relevant, like people who exhibited what you're doing are recommending these things, there's a relevance to it that absolutely resonates. Equally, if you're able to surface up content that has proven to be relevant for other people, your point about wisdom of crowds, then again, going back to the user in this, it's meaningful for them, and in that case it's not creepy because it's so relevant to the task at hand. And I think it behooves us to think about what's the most relevant offering that can be surrounded around that particular experience at that point in time for that individual, howsoever it's enabled.
So what's the best way to do contextual relevancy? How do you get that customer feedback so that you know that it's really relevant?
Well, what's cool right now is I think the way programmatic came to advertising, which is sort of this cascading daisy chain of, well, I'm going to see if I can get an ad from this location first because it's the highest value, and if not, then I'm going to go to this location and this location. Programmatic marketing publishing is now possible, where depending on how much you know about that user at that moment in time, you can decide, well, I'm going to show them something that's trending, based on what's popular elsewhere, or contextual based on this product is similar to this product, or collaborative. These users are like you, and so I'm going to show something similar to that. So that sort of cascade you can do to make decisions that make sure that that person's getting the best experience at the best time based on what you know about them. Because you may have never seen them before, or you may have seen them a lot, and that should influence the decision you're making around their experience.
But it still seems like we're using data about the customer versus talking to the customer and saying, did this help you? like actually asking the customer?
Well, I think that's why you need to have really 3 sets of data that you're thinking about at any given time. You need a deep understanding of your content, so think of that as sort of the content metadata. You need a deep understanding of the audience and amassing their behavior over time. And you need an understanding of the events that are happening right now. So the events form sort of a real-time feedback loop. I offered this, how many people are taking it? Well, maybe I should change it because nobody is. And then on a longer time horizon, the sort of segments that emerge from your audience help you make decisions as well. So I think you have both a short-term and a long-term view in terms of how to get that feedback loop.
I think there's also an issue of being able to layer your information gathering and progressively use that in the engagement with customers. So a typical example would be build your website and be able to detect based on who's coming the industry that those individuals are in. So if someone from the banking industry comes, you serve a banking message. If someone from manufacturing comes, you serve a manufacturing related message. If somebody from retail comes, you have a third option for them that gives at least industry-wide personalization. And then over time and collectively, you're gathering more and more information on the individuals within those segments. So when you finally do, and this is obviously a B2B example, but when you get to the individual conversation that someone is having with somebody who's been to the site a number of times, gathered information, you've collected information, you've driven them down a path where they're getting increasingly personalized service on the website as you find more about that person. When you finally do have that conversation, and hopefully you're taking advantage of the conversational nature that when somebody's talking to them, it's like they're talking to a friend. The person knows you very well because you've built a profile on them over time, and the person from our side, or our company, is reaching out, having a great conversation, not because they've reached out and happened to respond to a very outbound cold call, but rather have expressed enough information. We've gathered information over the time. We can have that great conversation as a way to lead off a deeper engagement.
So it sounds like we're moving from the creepy factor to the trusted advisor.
Yeah, digitally.
Yes.
And I think the other thing to bear in mind with this is that your point about what's the customer trying to do. If there's a way of tying this kind of stuff to the desired goal, and so let's be specific. Many of our customers, for example, use us for improvements in customer service. And one of the goals many of those customer service folks have is what they call case deflection, i.e. how does someone manage to self-service without needing to pick up the phone and cry for help. And we all want that as individuals. No one wants to talk to anyone, right? And so the outcome there is, did that customer manage to self-service without resorting to having to create a case? And if you can then analyze all of the content, all of the search patterns, all of the terms, all of the analytics that in aggregate always tip the scales to not create that case, those are goodness. And those are the events, the sequences that are, the kind of raw material of the data analysis that starts to make those recommendations, that starts to say, these things are likely to be more useful for you than these other things. So these other things we're just going to hold back.
So I know Zappos had and Zappos is an unusual case because they based their whole company on superior customer service, and they wanted to talk to their customers. So having been in the call center business for years, the whole, holy grail was self-service and call deflection. But maybe that's not. Maybe we actually do want to talk to our customers. Maybe we want to find out their feedback. Maybe we want to know whether we're doing well or not.
I think it's you want to communicate with your customers, you want to gather their feedback, and there's direct ways of doing it via a call center, through email or something like that, and then there's interpreting the communication that you're having indirectly with them, right? I mean, you serve them a particular piece of content and you see exit rates go up, right? Or you see people start engaging with the back button because, oh wait, that wasn't what I was looking for, right? So a lot of it just comes down to interpretation of the kind of soft data that you're getting and being able to understand what that means, right? And then you can make those decisions of how to alter course and hopefully get the experience right the next time.
So when you guys are designing an experience for a customer and you're integrating the IT aspect with the customer experience, what business results, how do you know in IT and for the line of business, how do you know this is successful? What metrics, are they the same, are they different?
You have to start with a goal, right? If you don't have a clear business goal, then the project's in jeopardy already. And so when I can see all the deals kind of flowing across the system, and when our sales reps can't articulate a clear business goal that they're engaged with on the customer, it's a huge red flag. Because if the customer can't articulate that, or we haven't found it, then there's no way to design to it. The IT stuff is sort of a hygiene, right? You have to, I think Mark mentioned, if you don't have certain response times and uptime and things like that, then you really aren't in the business to succeed. But the business goal is where it has to start.
I think one of the challenges we have, and that's we're still early on in our journey in trying to measure and improve this, is we see overall results. We have benchmarked where we were before. We've improved from that point to where we are now. We're still struggle to separate out the benefits that have been driven by our process improvements from extraneous factors, the improvement in the economy, the number of customers that we've engaged with through third-party events, and so forth. So I think that's always going to be a challenge, especially when the technology or the specifics aren't necessarily all visible to us. We know we put a plan in place. We know that our overall efforts are paying off. Being able to determine exactly which element is important to us is still, I think, going to be a struggle for us. We're going to continue to push forward because the results are good, and hopefully we'll get more information over time. But I think if you walk in expecting to be able to give exact measurements on precisely which program is improving, it's going to be difficult up front. As we gather more data, we'll be able to get there.
And I would just add to that, as the digital performance management field expands and information about IT and businesses is brought together and correlated and provides better insight, one of our customers recently rolled out a kind of My page within that their website. And it was a very important initiative from a customer experience. Obviously, a lot of personalized content went into that page. And by being proactive and creating some online dashboards that were real time, they were able to understand exactly how that experience was performing right out of the gate. And it gave them some insights when they thought certain features that they thought would be popular were not being utilized. And they're able to dig in quickly through business metrics and IT metrics, understand that they were not performing well, those features were not working well. And they were able to make some quick reactions to it and correct them and get the kind of ROI they expected on those particular new features.
And Steve, I think that's a great point, is sometimes as IT or customer experience professionals, we're taking a guess at what we think is going to be great for the customer. And then if we don't test and optimize, we really don't know. And that part of that's letting go of your ego. Okay, we completely missed the boat on this one. We got to scrap that, and that one that we didn't even expect, right? The customer will tell you what they want. It's like letting go of that ego and saying, okay, let's go in this direction. Do you guys see that?
Yeah, I mean, I think in defense of the IT folks, that it's important they set sort of guardrails for performance that you can map these things into. There was an article about how the Financial Times recently just stopped everything and said, our page load speed is like 10 seconds on mobile. It's completely unusable. We're going to make it half a second. So we're going to kind of take everything out of the closet, reorganize it, and discard most of it. And they were able to do that because that was able to be mapped directly to a financial outcome. More page views, more ad revenue, so the investment made sense, even though they gave up on a bunch of integrations with ad tags and ad networks and stuff like that.
And Mark Granham's sort of tacking metaphor, which I really loved, I think really speaks to the way organizations go through this. Sometimes you have to focus more on the operational side, sometimes you have to focus more on the experience side. We have a large software customer who's been a good customer for a long time, and their initial focus was very much on improving the experience, the online experience for their customers in turn, and it was all around content and presentation and so on and self-service. And having ticked that, whoops, been cut. They now have actually just rolled out a service which is actually the same content, but it's in product. And so suddenly that brought a whole new gamut of requirements at an operational level, because their product team was saying, well, the moment you're delivering content inside our application, it reflects on the whole product. It's no longer in the domain of, oh, it could be web traffic, or it could be Wi-Fi, or any of those other vagaries that we as consumers have got used to. If it's in the product, it could reflect on us. And so they swung on the operational side to say, can you scale to this, and can you do that? Because they'd already kind of solved for the experience, now they were solving for the operation. Mm-hmm.
Right. So what do you guys see for the future of customer experience?
Well,
More of the same?
I don't want to. So maybe just kick it off. I've been in this game a long time. I think we all have. And one of the things, going right back to the Peppers and Rogers, 1999, one-to-one. Here we are, X years later, and I don't have the hair to show for it. The challenge that we keep hearing is how daunting all this stuff looks. And yes, there's all this data, and yes, there's all these tools, and yes, there's all these frameworks, but how daunting is it as a marketeer to try and craft that experience? And I think what we'll see is, and I am advocating for it, is trust some of the automation. Trust some of the machine learning and artificial intelligence algorithms that are starting to be used, because they're able to assimilate huge volumes of data, map it against prior success, map it against the successful customer journeys. And we're seeing some of our customers experiment with that and basically saying, we can either deliver highly personalized experiences, but we need a staff of thousands, or we're going to devote this area of our site to we're going to just see what happens. We're going to run an experiment, machine learning based, and measure the feedback from customers.
I think at that point we're at the early stages of some of the things like predictive marketing tools, and when we put that in place and we see it has a 92% accuracy in predicting, the customers realizing that this technology is coming much faster than I think people realize. Then you look at some of the broader technology trends in terms of self-driving cars and automated writing algorithms. I think those of us in this field are in for a shock in terms of where technology will enable us to provide this customer experience 3, 5, 7 years from now. That I think we're at the early stages of this tremendous wave that's going to help us zero in on our customers and provide them a much better experience, with the realization that at the other end of that technology-enabled communication path is another person. So we always have to keep in mind that communications, the ultimate one-on-one conversation we want to have, but all of the work we do to make that happen is going to be much easier.
Could I pause this for a second and so we can get some questions from the audience?
That's what I was just going to say, since we're customer experience oriented. Let's talk to our customers.
Does anybody have a question? I'm happy to come back. Put your hand up.
Come on, we know it's a big room.
Come on, guys. You know you got questions. Stand up.
Okay, I see a hand in the back.
Out there, information online, and you bums at whatever company you work for, you know everything that I do. How do we manage that? How do we avoid that?
So he was asking about how do you manage the creepiness factor?
I think, tactically speaking, I think you touched on it a little bit, it's about showing value. And I think your customers, your users will be a lot more open to having something that is maybe too personalized if they understand why you're showing it, and most importantly, what is the benefit to them. And so, kind of general rule of thumb that we operate with is, be overt about it. There's no reason to hide behind anything of, why we're showing this. And I think if you're just kind of upfront with your customers and they understand and you do a good job of showing the value, then you can toe the line a little bit more.
So it sounds like to do that, though, that you really do know your customers, that you've actually talked to them, you're not guessing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it could be pretty embarrassing if you tell them I'm showing you this because of X, and they're like, well, that was me. So yeah, I mean, there certainly has to be accuracy in the data, but I think they will appreciate that even more even if it is a mistake, right? Give them the opportunity to say, okay, that wasn't correct, this is what I engaged with, and okay, let me alter those recommendations based on that, right? So I mean, it's a much bigger system to kind of create and manage, but ultimately I think that's what will work best, right?
Yes.
So the question is, about the creepiness factor. Bear in mind that every one of us is on our, 5th, 6th, 10th cell phone, right? Everyone is mobile. There are more people on the planet now that have smartphones than don't. Big turning point. And so if you think of it, it doesn't matter what operating system you're using, whatever your personal digital assistant of choice is, whether it's Siri or Google Now, whatever, there is so much value you as an individual get from the complexity that is your phone that you don't think twice about location settings, permissions, and so on. Okay, let me be clear. I don't think twice about it because the value I get from my phone proactively telling me where I need to be, when I need to be, real-time traffic updates, and I haven't had to tell it anything. It has just assimilated all that information. You could regard all of that as super creepy. It knows more about me than I do. But the value I get out of that at a functional and utility level is unprecedented. And so maybe mobile is the place to do these experiments because you don't have that risk of, this isn't me. You know what? No one else uses my phone except me. And I'm sure that's the same for everybody in this room. So if you focus a lot of your personalization efforts on the mobile experience, there's more value you can bring because there's so much more you can do. And it's probably the place that's got the most tolerance for experimentation.
And there are some blind spots. I mean, I said to my 13-year-old the other day, hey, I saw that you started watching Mad Men, not cool, not okay with that, it's not appropriate. His face went blank, and he's like, how did you know that? Well, Netflix tells me everything. So you never know.
Any other questions?
I just had an experience with a product that got delivered to a different address, and there wasn't an option in Amazon to say it didn't get delivered to me, so I said I wanted to return it, and then they said, well, we accept your return as soon as you return the item. I'm like, no, I can't return it because I never got it. Right? So there's like one of those feedback loops, so it'll be really interesting to see what Amazon does with that, because usually they're very good.
Well, Amazon's an interesting example because years and years and years ago, when they were really starting to experiment with delivery types, they had this policy. It was not a written policy, but they had this internal policy that I think every third or fourth delivery, they would just gift it to you on overnight shipping. This was before Amazon Prime and so on. And there was this serendipity as an Amazon customer that, you never paid for next day delivery, and yet 1 in 3 or 1 in 4 just showed up tomorrow. Why? Because they knew everything, they were tracking it all, and the feedback they got from that was the genesis for Amazon Prime. It enabled them to really see how much customers valued the immediacy of delivery and how much they appreciated saving $7. And it's that kind of experimentation that you could say verges on the creepy, but again, if it's down to, as you said, the usage and the utility you get from it,
it's fantastic, although now I'm spoiled, and I expect them to find my address, and this time they didn't, and so now I'm disappointed. So
because your expectations are up.
My expectations are very high, but I ordered it, and it said it'd be delivered the same day, and I think it was a different delivery guy who probably got the buildings mixed up. So we'll see what Amazon does. Any other questions? So if you could leave the audience with 1 or 2 lessons from all your many years and wisdom in this field, what would you tell them? Steve?
I'll start.
Go.
So I think bringing together, again, back to the topic we talked about, IT perspectives and business perspectives in the same room and having a fact-based discussion will provide a lot of value. And the other thing to mention is about the amount of data we have to deal with today. I think the use of AI is becoming more and more prevalent and will help us surface those key things.
I would say keep it simple, not just for your customers, but also internally with the various organizations that you have to work with. Talk about priorities, align on a goal, and work towards that.
Do you think you need a chief digital officer, and where does that person sit, in IT or in the business?
Sure, I would love to be your chief digital officer, and wherever you want me to sit. Yeah, I think it depends. I mean, we don't have someone who's necessarily a chief digital officer. I mean, the roles are kind of spread out through the different parts of our ELT. I think ultimately, if you have the right organizational setup, it kind of fosters that type of thinking. You don't necessarily need someone to make it happen from the top down. So I think it's just different company to company.
I think another way to think about the future, I think, and this came from one of my product managers. Maybe he stole from somewhere, but I think there's this notion in the future that DX is going to be really sort of MarTech on the outside and AdTech on the inside. So AdTech is kind of infusing itself in some of the things that were mentioned around predictive analytics and optimization, which the digital ad industry has been doing for some time now, but not so much in the marketing and DX space. But those things are starting to come together into a sort of single stack.
I would say in terms of one takeaway, I would suggest that if you're not experimenting with some of these capabilities, if not outright using predictive or programmatic advertising or some of the other emerging elements of the MarTech or AdTech stack, start now, get some experience, trial projects, small scale, get some experience using it, because I think over the next several years we're going to see this wave come over, if it hasn't hit already in some industries, where it's going to be a requirement of those of us in the roles that are in this room to be able to use this effectively, and I don't think we want to miss that wave. So experiment, start to use, gain your knowledge, and leverage that in your business.
So jump in. And our final comment?
Here. Grab the data, start experimenting, and trust that there will be digital assistants moving forward that will take some of the complexity both out of the usage and out of the user experience itself.
Excellent. I know you guys are hungry, so we're going to end on time.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
We hope you've had a great morning here at the DX Summit. We're going to break for lunch. Please come back here at 4:30. Vab's going to be giving a keynote, and I'm sure you'll want to hear that. For now, we're going to go next door for lunch. You can see, enjoy the experience show, enjoy some lunch. Jerry McGovern's going to be signing copies of his book starting at 1:30. And at 2 o'clock, please go upstairs where we're going to have the breakout sessions for the afternoon. So thank you very much, and please see us in 2 o'clock.
Good afternoon, folks. Just some quick housekeeping from the conference team. Anyone who doesn't give me a rowdy and raucous applause will not be allowed to have free drinks and free food in the showcase after. Okay, that's good. That's good. Shh. So we hope you all enjoyed the action-packed afternoon sessions. And that lunch was unbelievable, huh? Give it up for the lunch. It's great to be on the big stage. As a conference attendee and speaker, James Goldman said, it's about time that I'm out here. What took CMSWire so long to get me up here? Thank you, my one fan. I'm a staff reporter. Dom Nicastro, staff reporter for CMSWire, and I am so happy to introduce our final speaker of the day, our keynote speaker for the afternoon. No pressure, but there's just about 45 minutes until booze, so Vab, be quick. He manages the digital customer experience testing team for Dell.com, and he helped promote a widespread culture of experimentation. Please welcome to the stage our friend at CMSWire, Vab Duavetti, Director of Digital Customer Experience Optimization at Dell. Good luck, thank you.
All right, well, thank you guys for having me, and thank you, all of you guys, for showing up. I want to start by apologizing for being the last thing between you and free booze. I'm kind of like the timeshare guy that you have to listen to before you get your free gift. So hopefully you'll get a little bit more value out of this than one of those. Those are pretty brutal. I've sat through those. Bryce asked me to talk about kind of real-world applications of testing, optimization, analytics. So what I'm going to cover today is going to be pretty tactical. We'll get into the weeds. We'll show you real examples of things that we've worked on. Probably start off a little bit by talking about our philosophy and how we approach things from a research standpoint at Dell. Give you a little bit of an insight into the infrastructure that we've built and the organizational support that we've got to do what we do, and then hope to spend the majority of the time towards the end talking about actual projects that hopefully will inspire some of you guys as you go back home and try to apply some of this in your day-to-day as well. Little bit of an intro on myself. I've been with Dell for almost 11 years. Last almost 5.5 years have been in this space of testing, optimization, and analytics. So we've been at this for a while. Dell has been doing live site testing since back in the days of Informatica, for those of you that remember that name, before Omniture bought them and before Adobe bought Omniture. From a research standpoint, we've been doing qualitative research for Dell.com for about 15 years. The longest tenured researcher that's on my team has been with Dell for 20 years. So we've been at this for a while. It's something that never finishes, right? The environment is always changing. The customer's expectations are always changing. And so you've got to continuously evolve, and that's what we're working on. So to get it started, let's talk about kind of the overarching philosophies of how we approach this particular space, right? So the first thing is kind of the tenets that we adhere to on a daily basis. This is kind of what my team is thinking about on a daily basis. The first thing is we're customer obsessed, right? And I've actually heard a lot about this today from all the other speakers, and it seems to be a growing trend, right? That you start with a customer, focus on the user experience, make sure that you are doing what's right by them, and everything else seems to kind of fall into place if you do that. As I mentioned, we've been at this for quite a long time, and so it's important that we act as subject matter experts. We've got a lot of internal customers that we work with, that we partner with on a daily basis, and it's important that they have confidence in what we're doing and that we're giving them the right information to make the large decisions that they're tasked with on a daily basis. A lot of what we're delivering is some pretty advanced analytics in terms of raw data. Not everybody that we are providing that to on a daily basis is in that same world with us. And so it's important that we package up that information in a way that's consumable, it's easy for them to understand, and most importantly, it's easy for them to take action upon it, right? And to that point, we want to make sure that whatever decisions are being made, that we're guiding that through insights, that we're doing a lot of experimentation, that we're using customer data, and not allowing any opinions or emotions to really cloud the judgment as we're deciding what is best and what's next step, right? We try to act as a channel of knowledge. We've got, a decade's worth of information. What worked 10 years ago isn't necessarily going to work tomorrow, but we've got some pretty good insights on what our customers expect from Dell when they come to the site, and it's important that we are able to kind of speak to that, almost at the drop of a hat in any meeting, right? And most importantly, we've got to be quick. We have to be agile in what we do. There are a lot of large work streams that are in place, and we can't be the ones that are slowing down the work of product managers, of engineers, and things like that. So we've got to be able to adapt very quickly and move in that environment. So how do we hold ourselves accountable as far as my team is concerned? We want to make sure that we're actually influencing the agenda and the roadmap for Dell.com, that everything that is on that roadmap has some point been validated, has been tested, that there's some data behind it, right? Actionable insights, I talked about advanced analytics in a consumable manner. You also have to be able to say, okay, here's what this 50-page document of research is saying. Here's your 3 bullet points. Just, go make this happen. This is what is needed. This is what the customers are going to be happy with. When we talk about delighting our customers, it's not just the external customers who are coming to this site. It's our internal customers, right? We've got product management, engineering, business teams, program teams from all the different parts of Dell.com that are my team's customers, and it's important that we're giving them a good customer experience as well, right? And that just means in terms of engagement, in terms of information, whatever we're giving them is of the highest quality. Managing those stakeholders, we have regular weekly meetings with all of the key stakeholders that we interact with. We want to make sure that we are talking to them about their concerns, about results, about roadmap priorities, and make sure that we're constantly tied into them. And that kind of ties into executing with operational excellence, right? Making sure that whatever we're doing, again, is of the highest quality, both in terms of our engagement and in terms of our execution. And most importantly, we want to make sure that we're being innovative in what we're doing. We want to try to get away from the status quo in terms of just doing the same old thing over and over again, and we're looking for new and different ways to continuously delight our customers. So that's a little bit of our philosophy. I thought I'd take a couple of minutes and talk a little bit about organizational structure and kind of the infrastructure that we have in place to support this type of work. So at its core, these are some of the things that my team is focused on in terms of deliverables. So kind of your standard quantitative research methodologies in terms of A/B testing, multivariate testing, analytics, targeting, email testing, all those type of things that I'm sure most of you in the room are very familiar with. And then from a qualitative standpoint, in terms of doing research and gathering feedback, usability tests, write testing, which is rapid iterative testing and evaluation, focus groups, surveys. We also do diary studies, ethnographic studies, card sorting, all that sort of stuff to make sure that we're getting qualitative feedback. This particular model is basically how we operate. As I mentioned, we try to be agile in our practices, and everything that we're doing is kind of going in 2-week cycles. There's always an ideation cycle going, there's always a planning cycle going on. Design is constantly working on new prototypes and new comps that we're going to be testing. We've got a dedicated development team of JavaScript developers that write the code for the tests that we put out live on the site. There's always a development cycle that's in flight. We always have something live on the site somewhere. We test in kind of the 7 main countries across the world for Dell.com. Dell.com is live in 30-something countries. We've got 7 that we do all of our research in and kind of use that to guide all the decisions that are made worldwide. And then we've also got dedicated analysts that are always helping us out from the support standpoint of gathering the data, packaging it up, and making sure that we are ready to present it to our internal customers. The work that we do kind of covers 5 main areas, that first box at the top. So I would say about 60% of the work that we do is future state informing, meaning that these are ideas that are on the product management roadmap. We want to make sure that we validate those ideas and those concepts before we invest dollars and engineering hours to go make that happen. But we also spend at least 40% of our time working on current state optimization, making sure that what we've got out live on the site is working for our customers, is working for the business, is driving revenue, it's driving customer satisfaction. And if it's not, then we find a way to fix it. I mentioned that we meet very regularly with the regional business teams every week. In fact, we meet with those folks and talk about the results, the roadmap, and also take in their ideas, understand what their priorities are. Hey, we're coming up to holiday. We need to figure out a better way of, being able to advertise coupons, right, to make sure people are getting the best deal possible. And those type of things we'll test as the environment allows us to. We do a lot of program measurement as well, so validating that things that have been invested in are meeting their business case. So as an example, personalization, which has been a topic today. Making sure that things that we're putting out on the site are actually delivering what was stated in the business case from the standpoint of customer satisfaction as well as revenue. And like with everyone else, we've got executive projects that just come straight from the top down. We don't plan for them, and when they happen, we've got to make room for them on the roadmap and just make it happen. In terms of what part of Dell.com, we're working on all of Dell.com. So the transactional parts of the site, the commercial part, which is your premier part of Dell.com, that's where your Boeings, Lockheed Martins, Ford, and GMs come to make their purchases. The support side of Dell.com, half the visits that come to Dell.com actually go to the support side, so there's an enormous amount of traffic that we are working to optimize their experience as well. And also working with marketing and ODG teams to make sure that the things that we're putting out off of Dell.com, once you come back to the site, those are actually lining up in terms of the user experience that the customer is expecting. Got several different kind of roles on the team. We've got domain leaders who are basically in charge of a particular area of the site. They own that roadmap and the execution of it. Test managers are the ones that handle each individual project, lead it from start to finish. We've got dedicated analysts, user experience researchers, and also taxonomy is part of our team. You can buy upwards of 30,000 different products on Dell.com, so taxonomy is very tricky, and we have to make sure that whatever we do from that standpoint is based on research and knowing that it's going to work. We can't just make a change on the site. Sorry, button too fast. We partner with a lot of different people on a daily basis. I mentioned we've got a dedicated development team. We've got user experience professionals, designers, and architects. We partner with product management, business teams. We've got a dedicated quality team that is always checking everything that we've built before it goes live, after it goes live, make sure nothing is breaking. And there's also a dedicated tools team that manages all the tools and the implementations of everything that we do. And in terms of tools, we're basically an Adobe house. We use the Marketing Cloud, so I'm sure most of you are familiar with the Adobe Analytics suites, Adobe Target, the various dashboards and things that they provide. We've also got some things that we've built internally at home. For qualitative research, we use usertesting.com and Qualtrics to do moderated usability and surveys and various things like that. Okay, so that's the basis of how we operate and how we've set ourselves up. So the rest of the time, I'm going to talk about actual projects that we've done, and hopefully this will be the part that will really be valuable for you folks. So, as you might imagine, Dell.com homepage, this is a very politically charged place, as it is for pretty much every business. Everybody has an opinion on what your homepage is supposed to do, what it's supposed to look like, what purpose it's supposed to serve, and how you can be sure that it is performing to your expectations. Our previous homepage was, pretty standard. There was a large rotating banner at the top, a couple of links at the bottom, and you kind of went from there. And the idea was to transition to a new design that would, one, be responsive, so that no matter what device you visited the site on, you would get a consistent experience, but also find a way to introduce new content, bubble up things that maybe were not featured before. So not just products and deals, but solutions and services. And as I said, obviously make sure that it is responsive and it's something that works for everyone that comes to the site. So how do we make this change? This is something that took about 18 months of research and testing to figure out what is going to be the right way to make this happen. So that first image is where we started. These are just a few samples of the various variations that we put out onto the site, each one kind of building on the last one, introducing new components, introducing new features, figuring out what worked and what didn't work was just a huge exercise in data mining and understanding what was happening every time we put a new recipe out there. So I'm going to take you through some of the actual data points of different things that we looked at and how we ultimately arrived at what you see live on the site today if you go visit it. So I mentioned that this is a very politically charged place in terms of making decisions. So everything we try to do, make sure we capture every data point possible. Again, take the emotion out of it and take the opinion out of it. So in terms of measuring everything, it is first and foremost a commerce platform, and so we have to make sure that we're making money. So we start with the high level. How are we doing in terms of conversion, revenue, average order value? And then we break it down from there. So the two main parts of the site are the for home side and the for work side. So overall financials look good, but how does it look when you start looking at the individual businesses, right? How does the homepage impact downstream what's happening? As you can see, there's a lot of green in this particular example, so check the box, everyone's happy, everyone is, in theory, going to make more money if we move forward. Content was a big part of this, right? So we want to make sure that all the content that was being served was being engaged with. We introduced new content placements, and so what we're looking at is, was that content actually being engaged with? And we saw a pretty significant increase in this particular example of engagement with the content. And what was really good is that the conversion of the people that engaged didn't drop off at all. So we were getting more people engaging. In theory, we reduced the exit rate, and we're benefiting from that as well. But then we want to understand, well, what kind of content is driving that engagement? So, we'll chart out all the various types of content that we put out there and measure the engagement, measure the conversion. That high-performing outlier to the right over there is a deals message, as you would imagine. Obviously, that's going to lead a lot of conversion, lead to a lot of engagement. And some of those ones that, towards the bottom left, the yellow ones that are not being engaged with that much, those are still really important because they are more services and solutions oriented, right? They're more for the enterprise customers. There's not necessarily a conversion that's taking place on the site, but it does lead to lead generation, which is a different type of conversion, right? And so we have to be able to measure that as well. So people that are engaging with this solutions and services content, are they actually submitting more lead gen forms? Are they allowing our sales force to get in touch with them and then take the process from there? In this particular example, we saw some successes there as well. And the other thing that we know about people that visit Dell.com is that they come back a lot before they make their purchase. There are some people that will show up and on their first visit, they've got a coupon, they're ready to go, they'll make a purchase and be out the door. But most people will make multiple visits over the course of multiple days. And so new visitors versus returning visitors is always something that we're very interested in as well, right? Is the conversion being impacted one way or another? So small sampling of some of the data points that we'd measure in this exercise. I mentioned that we were introducing new features as we were doing this, so I'll give you an example of measuring that as well. So in this particular example, we were playing around with the idea of having global masthead basically open if you visited the site with a screen resolution that was large enough for us to allow that, right? So you probably have seen this feature on other sites. I think Amazon used to do it. So this is, kind of an example of a targeted feature, right? If you showed up on your phone, if you showed up on a small screen tablet, you wouldn't have seen it. But if you show up, on your laptop or your desktop device, this is something that you're going to see. So what happens when you introduce this change, right? Obviously, the usage of the masthead is going to go up because you've got it displayed open, it's prominent, it's on the left-hand side of the page. So there's no surprise there. But again, the question is, does that actually benefit anyone, right? Is there any value in doing that for people? So we start looking at the conversion numbers for the people that are using the masthead and try to understand when they engage, does it lead to better conversion? Is it getting them to where they want to go, or is it clouding the path in any way? Cold state, warm state, this again is referring to new visitors versus returning visitors. As the content changes on your return visits, we consider you warm. You can see that the usage of the masthead drops off. They're not relying on it as much anymore in the top right-hand corner, but the conversion numbers are still pretty high, and so we're on the right track with this particular feature. So this is something that we played around with and looked at all these different numbers. I mentioned responsiveness of the new homepage. This was a huge priority. So we needed to understand all the different device types that were going to come to the site. How would they perform? So we started breaking down the data by your quote desktop visitors, tablet visitors, mobile visitors, things like that. Trying to understand how does the engagement change? How does the conversion change? What is their behavior depending on what they're coming to the site on in terms of a device? There is data by conversion, there's data by engagement. Do people engage with different modules in different ways if they're coming on a different type of device? Is any certain type of content more appealing if it's displayed in a certain way? So in this example, this is going back to the user experience teams and telling them, hey, look, you came up with this particular module in these two different ways. For desktop and laptop customers, when they visit, they engage with one more than they do with the other. And so we think this is the way that we should move forward when you're kind of flushing out your final comps that we're going to hand off to engineering. So that is that's the story of kind of the Dell.com homepage. It's 5 slides, but it's 18 months worth of work, countless tests that we did in multiple regions to try to understand how we got there. That was a pretty big project, but it was somewhat small compared to the entire refresh of a new Dell.com. So the next thing that was kind of a big project to take on was an entirely new site. So Dell.com only recently has now started to transition over to a responsive experience that will flex based on what you're doing, try to serve a consistent experience. We used to have a MDOT solution through a third party that we used to use. It was out there because we had to have something out there, but it wasn't necessarily something that was really working for our customers. So it was time to build something internally that would scale to what we needed from a global perspective, right? So I mentioned it's a completely new site. It's not just visual identity, it's not just a UI change. There's new architecture, there's new platform, there's new back-end services. It's new in every possible way. It's our attempt to get rid of our legacy systems and move to something brand new, which we're very optimistic about, right? Give everybody a shiny new toy to play with. But as we have become somewhat risk averse because we want to make sure that everything works, obviously we're going to test it first and make sure that there's not going to be any kind of drop off in customer satisfaction, there's not going to be a drop off in revenue or any other critical business metrics, right? And I think you know where this is going. We thought we had obviously something that was just going to be a quick 2-week just to validate that it was going to win and everything would be fine and we'd go along our way. And it turns out we had a pretty big hole. It didn't just lose, it was a 33% disadvantage in terms of revenue per visit. So when you talk about the billions of dollars that are booked on Dell.com every year, if we threw away a third of it, we'd all be in a lot of trouble. So what do? We've got tons of data. We've got a lot of people that have been working with Dell.com for many years. We know what we need to do. There's some features that were left out. There's some UI enhancements that we can do. So let's just add those back in, right? So what we plan to do is just rerun the test. Before we did an A/B, now we're going to go, A, B, C. And we'll introduce various UI enhancements. In fact, we introduced 24 of them. These are things that had been tested in the past. We knew that they drove upside. We figured it's not going to be a big deal. We'll just add these in and everything will be fine, right? So recipe C is going to be our super recipe that would bridge that 33% gap, and it didn't quite work. In fact, we made it worse. So now we're really in trouble because now we really don't know what the hell is going on. We're all kind of left scratching our heads, but the thought now is, okay, it's not the UI, it's not the front-end customer experience, but it's got to be something within the platform, right? I mentioned that this is completely new from the ground up. The architecture, the services, everything was redesigned, so there's got to be a problem with that. So we reran the test with the idea that we would start looking into performance metrics, right? This is a conversation that was being had earlier today, is how do you manage performance metrics with customer experience metrics, with revenue metrics? And the answer is that you've got to dig into all of them to figure out what your issues are. But you use customer experience metrics to get to those performance metrics. So what we're looking at here is funnel movement. That first column over to the left, browse to cart, that's basically all the movement from the shopping part of the site to the cart. And it looks somewhat insignificant, but that's almost a 20% drop-off in people that are moving to cart. And so obviously there's some sort of huge problem. But you can see people moving from shipping to payment, payment to confirm. There's drop-offs at every step of the way. Something is broken, and at this point we're trying to figure out what it is. So let's start digging into it a little bit more. So we look at exit rates. Are there particular pages that people are abandoning from and that's causing the decline? Well, what we found out is that they're basically abandoning from every page. They're abandoning from category pages, from deals pages, product detail pages, pretty much everywhere they're just falling out of the funnel. So there's something systematically wrong that is impacting everything everywhere. The flip side of exit rate, we started looking at time spent. Are they struggling? Is the content not there? Are they spending a bunch of time? But that wasn't it either, because the time spent is going down on all the pages. So they're exiting, and they're exiting quickly. So something is really bothering these people. And so when we started digging into actual performance metrics for the site, first thing we looked at was error rates. And those green and red bars, those are the error rates for the new site. You can see compared to the blue bars, in some cases they're astronomically higher. So there's something wrong with the code of the site itself that is causing all these errors to take place, that is creating this poor experience for customers, that's causing them to abandon the site. So we looked at 400 errors, we looked at 500 errors, we look at it in the browse space, we look at it in the cart and checkout space. You can see over there on the payment page, 45–50% of people are being served some sort of an error message when they're trying to give us money. You're not going to make a whole lot of money if that's what you're serving to your customers. So now at least we've got an idea of what's going on. We used Tea Leaf to go back and look at previous sessions. We started digging into people that had exited on certain pages that were being served error message. We were able to replicate, and then now we could go back to engineering and say, okay, we figured it out. Here's where your problems are, and these are the things that you need to go and fix, and now we can repair it. So engineering goes back. They start scheduling emergency sprints because we've got to get this out before a holiday, because we're all depending on it. So everything starts to get fixed. They start to wind it back down. At this point, what we did is we ran an ongoing test. So we kept a test live for 6 weeks, and as engineering would deploy fixes literally overnight, we would look at the numbers, we'd look at a rolling 10-day average, and try to figure out where we were going and if we're finally making some progress. So now at the end of that process, we finally have a winner in our hands. So now we can go ahead and launch this new Dell.com. But again, after 18 months of it being out there, especially for mobile customers, we had no idea that all of these issues were taking place until we started digging into it through analytics and exposing it through testing. So, you know, that was a pretty intense experience, a lot of late nights and a lot of hurt feelings, even though you're talking about the data, but you know, obviously there's people that are responsible for going and fixing this kind of stuff, right? And so eventually you come together as an entire team and you make it happen. So those are two really big projects, Dell.com homepage, new Dell.com. But there's also smaller things that you can do that might turn into projects. So continue shopping. This is something that probably everyone is familiar with. All e-commerce sites have some version of, you get to the cart, hey, do you want to keep going, right? Do you want to go forward and pay, or do you want to come in and buy some more stuff? So, you know, like everybody else, we've got a continue shopping button as well. It's, you know, a little link that's up there right by the checkout. It's there. We don't really want you to click on it because we'd rather you just keep going, right, and enter your credit card information and be done with it. But we figured there's probably got to be some improvement that we can drive there. When you engage with continue shopping, what it does, it sends you right back to the home page, and you basically start over and continue shopping as you choose. So we thought, well, what if we gave it some logic? What if there was some intelligence behind it and actually, you know, made a decision based on what the customer had added in their cart? So we ran a test and started directing continue shopping to a bunch of different places depending on what it is that you had specifically added to cart, assuming that you wanted to continue shopping in that same, you know, line of business, or if you were looking at laptops, send you back to the laptop category page, whatever it may be. So what we found was that people really like that. So the engagement with continue shopping is relatively low. You can see in control is just a little bit over 1%, but in some of those test recipes, actually all of them, we doubled the engagement. What's interesting about that is we didn't change the look of it. We just changed the functionality. And so what that means is that people were coming to Dell.com, they use the cart to basically dump all their options into it, and that's where they do some comparison shopping. Once they figured out that the button was actually a little bit more intelligent and it knew where to send them, we saw the engagement rates double. And what was most important is that all those people that engaged, they converted a lot higher. So you can see in the chart on the right, those last 3 test recipes, they all had significantly higher engagement for the people that were actually engaging with the link. So what do we do with it now? Because this is actually a little bit complicated. You've got to build the logic, you've got to build the intelligence, we've got to be really sure. So we started looking at other metrics to make sure that this is something we should invest in. You know, depending on what you added to the link, does it matter if you added a laptop, or do you react differently to continue shopping? Do you perform better than someone that added a desktop? We looked at pathing metrics. You know, once we send you back to wherever we sent you in the path, do you move forward from there, or do you start going in another direction because we made a mistake in terms of where we were sending you? And various types of orders in terms of electronics and accessories and systems orders. You know, we want to break it all down and make sure we understand exactly what it is that's working and what's not working. So we start iterating on it. I mentioned that we test in several different countries. We want to make sure that it works globally. So here's an example of it being tested in Brazil. You can see that it's changed a little bit. We've gone from the static link, now we've made it a drop-down that actually has a couple of different options within it. They're still targeted, there's still some intelligence behind it, but we're not limiting you to just one place. We're going to let you pick which place you want to go to. That worked pretty well. By the time we tested it in Germany, you can see that paying with PayPal had been introduced, so now we had some competition for real estate. The PayPal button's also pretty prominent, so move it over, put it to the left, make it blue, give it a little bit more prominence. Still going with that same drop down, giving you 3 options. That worked pretty well as well. By the time we came back around to testing it in the US, we were already in the process of putting out the new responsive site, so we wanted to align it with what we thought would work best in the responsive environment. We put it in the right rail with other utility tools. We've actually added a 4th option in there now for you, so these are all still targeted. There's still intelligence behind it, but there is now 4 options for you to make your selection, right? And that ultimately leads you to what is live today if you go to the site. It's in the right rail. It's got that kind of secondary CTA color, because we still want you to ultimately click on checkout. We prefer if you do that, but if you want to continue shopping, we've got some good options for you. So, this is a really good example of something that started off as a small idea, became something a lot bigger, became a project in its sense. I mean, we did probably 12 to 15 different tests over the course of the year to kind of hammer home what this experience should look like. Because for our customers, it was really important. As I mentioned, a lot of people, they just put everything in their cart, and that's where they compare what they want to buy. Do I want to get this system with extra memory and pay the extra $50? Is it worth it for me? Let me see the shipping dates. All the crucial information is there, and so we really needed to be, do our due diligence in making sure that what we were showing them was going to be correct. Okay, so those were all projects. We'll do some rapid fire now, because everything doesn't have to be a project. I mentioned we spend 40% of our time working on current state optimization. So I'm going to show you guys a couple different examples. I'll show you variations of A versus B. Would love to hear from you guys what you think won, and we'll kind of go through these as well. So similar features that probably a lot of you guys have. If you manage e-commerce websites, you'll be familiar with some of these things. I mentioned that we've got a ton of different products that you can buy. Within those products, there's a lot of variants that you can buy, right? If you want to buy this laptop, you can get it with 2 gigs, you can get it with 4 gigs of memory, you can get a blue, you can get a green, all that kind of stuff, right? So there's a lot of variants that we're showing on the site. The way you used to be able to cycle through those is you'd see 3 at a time, and then you'd click the next button, and you'd see the next 3. There wasn't any kind of animation with it. It would just kind of refresh like that, and you'd be looking at the next 3. So we tried testing it. What if it moved like a carousel, move it 1 at a time, and show the animation so that people can see the order codes kind of sliding over from right to left. So A versus B. Anyone want to venture a guess? A or B? Anybody? B? Okay. Yeah. Conversion went up. Revenue per visit went up. The engagement with the button went up a lot, but now we're forcing people to click on it a lot more. So I mean, take that with a grain of salt. But we saw a decrease in exit rates. There's less people leaving the site, and we saw a little bit of an increase in compare usage. Right, the comparison tool that we have out there, now that people know there's multiple options for them to pick, they're putting them in the compare tool, and they are trying to figure out which one they want to get. So all metrics that kind of make sense when you make this kind of change. So we put this out live on the site. This is another one that probably feels like a little bit of a no-brainer, adding payment methods to cart. All we're doing is giving them a visual of these are the different ways you can pay once you get to the payment page. They're not interactive, there's nothing to do, it's purely just informational content. But it seems like a no-brainer. And as you would expect, it wins, right? So there's a conversion lift, there's a revenue per visit lift, and when we try to drill down where is the conversion lift coming from, it's because more people are moving forward from the payment page. They're getting there, they know what they're going to be able to pay with, they've already made that decision, and they can just move forward to the confirmation page. So we're getting this lift and conversion from pretty deep in the funnel, right? The second to last page before you hit the thank you page. Sorting options for results. This is from the outlet side of doll.com, where you can buy refurbished products. So on the left, we were sorting by best results. And on the right, we're sorting by lowest price, which is somewhat controversial, right? You don't always want to lead with your lowest priced item. A versus B, any votes on what won here? Anybody? No? Okay. Lowest price. Kind of makes sense, right? I mean, if you show the lowest price item, you're probably going to get more people to convert. What is most interesting about this particular test is that third metric, is that there was a 51% conversion increase for the highest price band products. So even though we were leading with the lowest price thing you could possibly buy in the outlet space, people were actually converting more on the higher price items. You can see the significant drop-off that happened with the sort option. That tells you that most people were sorting it by lowest price anyway. They didn't really care that we wanted them to see best results. They wanted to see lowest price. You give them what they want. There's a little bit more confidence. There's a little bit more trust that you're not necessarily just trying to sell them something expensive because that's what you want. And ultimately, they'll make that decision for themselves that, okay, these are the lowest price ones. They probably don't have the most stuff in them, not as many bells and whistles. So let me just upgrade, right, and go further down the list. So, kind of lesson learned, though, you don't have to try to
kind of game the system, so to speak, right? Show them the lowest price items, they'll make the right decision on their own anyway. This is our laptop category page. On the left, we've got filters up at the top as drop-down, so you can select how much memory you want, hard drive, all those different options. On the right, we introduced something which is probably a little bit more industry standard, right? Having those filters on the left rail, you see this in a lot of places. We've also exposed the filters, so you can see what's in them, you can see what the options are. This probably is a little bit more intuitive in terms of what you see on other e-commerce websites. A versus B.
Raise your hand for A.
Oh.
Raise your hand for B. Fab?
You lost. And lost pretty convincingly, and this was surprising to us because we assumed that this is what people are comfortable with, this is what you see on most other e-commerce websites, but it lost pretty considerably. It's interesting, obviously the engagement number went way down. We had already exposed all the filters, so for a lot of people there was no reason to engage anymore. But the conversion for the people that engaged also went down. It just, none of this actually worked. There was 8% fewer people moving to the next page. To be honest with you, this didn't make a lot of sense. The best hypothesis that we could come up with here is that if you look at Recipe B, it's just overwhelming. There's just so much going on between the filters and the products that you can select on the right. It's kind of an eyesore. And there may not necessarily be a rhyme or reason in terms of the logic of why it lost, but it doesn't look good. And sometimes that may be enough. It's just overwhelming and people just are kind of abandoning the page. I'm sure a lot of people are going to be able to relate to this. This is a test that we did at the objection of the business folks, the folks that own the P&L. They were sorting things in the modules where you make your customization options based on their own rules, based on availability of different options and whatever rules that they determine to sort the options. We said, why don't we try sorting it a different way? How about we sort all your options in groups that make sense? So let's have all your hardware options, like your memory and your hard drive. Then let's have your software options. Then let's have your services options. And then we can have a last one for miscellaneous. A versus B?
Raise your hand for A. Please raise your hand for B. Fab the results.
I didn't do a good job of setting this one up. I think it's obvious, right? What's most interesting about this, one of the business rules that they were using in Recipe A was margin, right? Obviously the business wants to make more money, so let's put services at the top because there's a lot of margin in services. Turns out people don't want to buy a warranty before they know if they can get Microsoft Office, right? Or before they make a determination on how much memory they want. They don't know if they want your accidental damage before they decide on other stuff that's more important. So going back to the example of the sorting, even though from a business standpoint they thought, well, you're going to cost us so much in margin, we actually improved margin by double digits because this was more intuitive, more people are converting, and you're getting a lot more dollars actually flowing through because again, you did right by the customer and ultimately they did right by you too, right? This is another one that is just about bringing forth an intuitive feature, so clickable tabs. So on the left you can see this is a screenshot from our configurator within our business space. You're configuring some sort of a precision workstation here. Those tabs at the top look clickable, but they weren't. We made them look like links even though they didn't do anything. The reason they didn't do anything is because the business didn't want them to do anything. Why didn't they want them to do anything? Well, because they wanted you to go step by step and go through every single possible configuration option. In Recipe B, we also added the Add to Cart, which kind of functions as an escape hatch. At any point, whenever you're ready, just hit the Add to Cart button and you can get out of this thing. Again, that's something the business didn't want because they wanted you to go through all 4 tabs and all of the options that were beneath it because supposedly you'd make a more informed decision and ultimately spend more money. And that certainly was not the case, as we found out. If you improve the customer experience, the tabs look like they should be clickable, make them clickable. Don't force people to go through all 4 steps if they don't want to. Give them an Add to Cart button and they'll click on it and they'll move forward. And we saw significant increases in conversion, movement through the funnel, and we saw less people bailing out of this experience and exiting the site altogether. Okay, this is a copy test. No functionality change. All we're doing is changing copy here. On the left, you've got Dell account sign-in from the sign-in page, and you've got don't have an account, and then you've got that blue button that allows you to do guest checkout if you don't want to give any information. On the right, we're doing returning Dell customer, And new customer, again, all the functionality is the same, all the buttons are the same, all we're doing is changing the copy. A versus B. Who thinks A won?
Raise your hand for A. Raise your hand for B.
Everybody's on point today. Returning Dell customer, new customer. You get a conversion increase. You have a significant number of people foregoing the option of guest checkout, which is great. We've got more people that are actually authenticating. This is important for a couple of reasons. It's important because you're getting more conversion, but also you want more people to authenticate. You want people to create an account. When they come back, I mentioned half of the visits that come to Dell.com, they're for support. If you've created an account and we know what you've bought and we're able to reference that, it's easier for us to get you support answers that will allow you to self-serve and not have to ask you a bunch of questions about what did you buy and when did you buy it and all that kind of stuff. So, this is something that has far-reaching impact beyond just this immediate visit where you get some more conversion. I think I've got one last one. It's another copy change. So this is from the home page. We're looking at the global masthead. On the left, it says products, and that's where you're going to find, obviously, all the products. And on the right, the exact same menu, but we changed the title to shop.
Raise your hand for A. Raise your hand if you're sure. No, raise your hand for B. Fab.
Okay, shop did not win. There's a conversion decline, there's a decline in revenue per visit. You can see that there's a decline in engagement with the masthead. Less people they don't want to click on shop. There's actually no change in the amount of people that ultimately move forward. So that means they found some other way to move forward, right? They stopped engaging with the masthead, they probably started using search, they may have used the in-page content, clicked on a banner, but ultimately that wasn't leading them to actually convert. What we have found over the years, and it's really interesting from the standpoint of CTAs, right? And you can kind of lump this together in terms of like a CTA, is you've got to give something that is not too soft of a CTA. Like you don't want to use next or select because everybody wants to click on next, right? They want to know where's this thing end, how far can I go? Conversely, you also don't want to use buy now in the middle of the browse path because everyone gets scared off. They're like, oh, I'm not ready to buy now. I don't want to do that. So you've got to find like the right copy that allows people to feel comfortable in taking the next step. Not too many people where they're not qualified for that next step, right? They're not ready for it. But enough people that are moving forward. And so this is a good example of something like that. We've tested, I mentioned the CTAs on products detail pages. We've tried select and next and buy now and add to cart. And add to cart is kind of what we found to work best in terms of being a good balance between kind of a hard CTA that there's some commitment in this, but you're not buying it now, even though we wouldn't be taking your credit card on the next page. So this is kind of an interesting study in something as simple as copy and the type of difference that it makes. I think those are all the examples that I had. I wanted to wrap it up by giving you guys just 3 quick takeaways of the things that we are kind of focused on and what I think if you take back, would probably be beneficial to all of you guys. Testing is good. You want to do a lot of testing, not just saying this because that's why I get a paycheck, but ultimately you get a lot of good information out of it. It allows you to take the opinion out of things, take the emotion out of things. There's an opportunity to gather a ton of data, and you can build upon that one after another. Winners and losers, both tests are good. I've heard different people approach their testing programs in different ways. For some people it's just about revenue generation and they're looking for a really high win rate. I've talked to people who said, hey, we're really striving towards 90% of our tests being winners. I think half of our tests are losers. I don't track a win rate, but just off the top of my head, I would say we probably are about 50-50. Half the tests win, half the tests lose. We use our testing program to really experiment, to make sure that we are trying different things, to take the risk out of sending dollars to engineering that they shouldn't be spending on features that aren't going to make any sense. And what's most important is getting learnings out of every single test. It doesn't really matter if it won or lost. And lastly, and I feel like I've said this a couple times today, just keep it simple for your customer. Not even talking about your external customer who's visiting your website, but even your internal customers, the people that you're serving on a day-to-day basis. You want to keep it simple for them. You don't want to get bogged down in letting them get bogged down in too much data, right? That's your job, right? As a testing professional, it's your job to kind of go through all the numbers, package it up, and tell them, hey, here are the key takeaways. This is what we should do, and this is how we move forward. And I think that is it. We've got some time for questions.
Awesome. Give it up for Vab for that presentation. Great. We will spend a couple minutes on Q&A if there is one. Raise your hand, I'll come by with the microphone if anyone has any questions. Great.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Tim from Home Depot. I'm on the product management team. I'm curious to know, after hearing your presentation, how your team sort of aligns your roadmap with the roadmap of your product teams, because we're trying to build up the testing program at Home Depot Canada.
Yep.
One of the challenges we're facing is how do we align our roadmaps and how do we align the testing roadmaps that the testing team is undertaking?
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
The answer is that it's going to be difficult and people are going to resist, and it's really an exercise in relationship building before anything else. You know, from an organizational standpoint, product management is kind of our sister organization, right? So customer experience and product management, we all roll up to the same VP. So it helps a little bit in that sense, but we've struggled over the years to build that relationship, to have them understand the value of, you know, if it's tested in advance and we know it's going to work, it's going to save you a lot of work on the back end. I showed you this example of this Dell.com and how we kind of rolled this out. This isn't the first time we've done it. Previously, when we rolled out Dell.com in a previous iteration 4 years ago, there was no testing done. And after the site rolled out, there were 8 a.m. calls every morning to find out, how's it doing? Is it winning? Is it losing? Am I making more money? And after the fact, they had to schedule emergency sprints to put new features in and all that sort of stuff. And once they realized that, okay, we can test this stuff in advance, you know, when the new site went live this time, there were no more 8 a.m. calls. No one had to get up and crunch numbers. It was already done. We already knew that it was going to win. So I talked about it a little bit earlier in terms of personalization on the panel this afternoon about being able to show value. And unfortunately, there's not a quick way of doing it. It's understanding what their priorities are. We have a monthly intake with product management where they review their roadmap with my team, and then my team builds the roadmap for our work to align with theirs. So we're taking the onus upon ourselves. We're not forcing them to necessarily change their roadmap. We said, hey, we'll do it. We'll change our roadmap to facilitate the things that you've got on it. And once we started doing that and we built that relationship, now there's more of a give and take. And they will alter their roadmap if they see that, hey, this isn't testing well or we need to do more research on it. Let's bump this thing from Q3 to Q4 because we need more time. We want to let these guys do that kind of work. So it's an exercise in relationship building. You're probably going to have to bend over backwards a little bit to facilitate, but in the end, it's definitely worth it.
Hi, that's loud. Hi, Chris Field from Jaya, and thank you very much. That was a really fascinating presentation. It's nice to see someone talk not just about unicorns and rainbows, right, but actual problems and then the pride that you take in fixing it and finding out, nope. So I appreciate your being willing to share that. I think was sort of fascinated with that idea that you really only caught technical problems through the human factors research side. So are there other examples in rolling features out where you think you've got a great design only to find out that there was just a bug in implementation that didn't get caught and you didn't find it till down the road? That play between engineering and marketing is kind of what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah. Express checkout, something that you would think an e-commerce site probably can't live without, right? You want to have that option to quickly authenticate and move forward. So after my spiel of building a relationship with product management, I'm going to let you know that they built Express Checkout without any kind of testing recently. They turned it on, and I think you know what happened. Started to tank the site. What we found out about it was that it was built exactly like they had intended to build it. There were no technical problems with it, but it was a user experience problem that we figured out later on by looking at the data. What was happening is you would sign in, and after the sign-in page, the next steps are shipping, payment, confirm, and then thank you. And Express Checkout, if you had it enabled, would take you straight from the sign-in page all the way to the confirmation page. Everything was set up. All you had to do was click the confirm button and go. And when we started looking at the data, we saw everybody that was going forward to the confirm page was then pressing the back button because they were trying to get back. We built our Express Checkout basically on the model of Amazon, that everyone is coming to the site 6 times a day to buy their paper towels and toilet paper and whatnot, and so you're always ready for that one-click checkout. But the reality is, you don't buy a computer every day unless you're in you know, maybe the small business side and you've got a monthly budget and you've got to spend it. So
The problem with it was not technical, it was more usability. They auto-opted everyone in to Express Checkout rather than letting people select, do I want to be on Express Checkout or not? And then selecting what their default payment method and address selection would be. So we had them turn it off, recode it so that people could actually make the selection on their own, and then turn it back on, and voila, right? So lesson learned the hard way, again.
Thank you, Vab. One final question.
Hi, Michelle. I'm from Cisco WebEx e-commerce, and it's great to see A/B testing really taking hold and making a big difference. But I want to step back and ask a little bit, and this is not a criticism at all. Pretty much every design or option you showed stayed within a certain framework. Do you ever do early testing, early conceptual testing, other kinds of research that help you then? Because I also often find A/B is to dig in with the dials
Sure.
to get it better and right, but in terms of directionality.
Yeah. Our research process kicks off with a lot of qualitative research before we get to the A/B testing part of it. So I mentioned that I've got user experience researchers on my team, and we initially will start off with sometimes focus groups, right? Because we want to try to understand what it is that the customers are looking for. So we're in the process of kind of going through this same experience with our commercial site, the premier site at Dell.com. That obviously is very sensitive, right? Because you don't want to upset the fine people from Boeing and Lockheed Martin who press that button a lot on a monthly basis. So before we go in and even start A/B testing without telling them that, hey, you're about to see a test, we started with focus groups and understand what it was about the current experience that was working for them and what they would like to see in a new experience, right? And then you start with focus groups, and then maybe we go do some surveys, right? We take some low fidelity comps and prototypes and show them that and say, hey, okay, you mentioned that X, Y, and Z was a problem. What if we gave you this, right? Would this be good for you? How does this sound, right? And so there's a lot of that qualitative research that we do on the front end of all of this kind of A/B testing that happens. I mentioned write testing. So within our user experience group, they will submit a request for essentially a 3-person usability. We'll use usertesting.com to do an unmoderated kind of video test. And we'll turn around those results within 48 hours so that they can continue making those decisions. And before we even get to the part where they hand off comps to our dev team to go build an A/B test, we may have done 3 or 4 or 5 different of these write tests to get them those answers ahead of time. So there's an entire research process where we try to incorporate the qualitative along with the quantitative. And a lot of times when we do these A/B tests, when we can't figure out what happened, we'll then do the qualitative afterwards as well, right? Like we'll turn the test back on, go back to usertesting.com and put people in the experience and have them talk through why it's working or why it's not. So we try to meld all of those together as much as possible.
Hello. Okay. Thank you very much, Vab. Everyone give a round of applause to Vab, please. Hello. I'm Candace Cui. I'm the Senior Manager of Events and Strategic Content at CMSWire and Simpler Media. So I hope that you had a great day today. I hope you learned a lot. I would love to hear your thoughts in Slack or in person. I want you to know we'll be right back in here at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and we'll have an opening address from Noreen Seebacher, and then we'll hear from Brian Solis. If you're signed up for yoga tomorrow, hopefully Chris Field is not teaching it, but you never know. So I want you to look down at your hand. Is there a beverage in it? No? I'd like to fix that for you. So I hope you'll join me next door in the Experience Showcase, talk to some sponsors, have some drinks, a little food, we'll have live music, and share a lot of photos with us. If you don't know the hashtag, please ask someone. It's very obvious. Thank you again. Have a great night. I'll see you next door.